Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, June the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will help me if you can hear me and see my screen. Yes, yes, thank you very much. All right, guys. Yeah, look at space. What an amazing run here. Well, not so much of a run, but a gap up. Yeah, FAA clearance. All systems go for space to launch flights now, I guess. So huge move here. Last month this was a $20 stock. So this is going to be a $50 stock soon. Amazing. Anyway, SPCE. Another one that's moving a little bit this morning is PSFE. PSFE, a gaming. This was a recent SPAC taken over. There was a SPAC that took this company over, but it's also, the brief headline that I read, it's also into iGaming. So anyway, gaming, PSFE, nice big pop here for 10%. Now, Pirs, P-I-R-S. Now, I think this is completely separate. I may be wrong. I think it's completely separate from the announcement yesterday that they had received orphan drug status. Maybe, William, you can help me on this one. Because I did know that they received some kind of a grant, a $17 million US dollar grant. I say US dollars because it was first expressed in euros, so I don't know if this sounds like it's over in Europe. But anyway, $17 million grant for some drug, but I may be wrong. It may be the orphan drug. Or it may be a separate press release. But at any rate, Pirs, great day. It surprised me yesterday. I didn't think it would have the follow through that it did. But again, look at this. Somebody asked yesterday about what I thought about Nike. Nike was having earnings after hours, but mainly how would China affect? I guess it didn't affect it. Look at Nike, my goodness. Earnings release up 13%, $18, huge volume. And so there is Nike. There's the reaction after hours, and it is maintained this morning. Thank you, Zach. Okay. I know Zach can't hear me. So that is different then. Thank you, Drew. So that is different. That's COVID. So that is different from the... Oh, you can hear me. Okay. So that is different from yesterday's orphan drug press release regarding PIRS. Okay. Guys, take a look at SRNE. SRNE is not up that much, but it had a little move, a nice move at the end of the day. What has attracted me to this is because it's over 10. If you look left here, and this is a COVID play also. If you look left here, the next high is 1076. Again, it's only up 2%, but if it maintains over 10, this could have a little bit of a run in it. Now, we don't have this, and I'm nagging our guys at Trade Ideas to get this data provider changed. But anyway, FFHL is an earnings play. We don't have it as earnings. FFHL is an earnings play. And I bring this to attention because, it's up 58%. It's 1 million shares, only 1 million in the float. So, I don't know where this is going with that in the float. Looks like the all-time high is up here, though I don't know what the situation is. I believe this is a company that changed its symbol. So this is why it looks like almost like an IPO back here. The reason I can tell, I think so anyway, is that when you look at the position and lifetime range, it's nowhere near the high of its lifetime range. And yet if you look at the chart, you would think that there's the lifetime high. So that's why I think this is not an IPO, but something else happened. It may be a scam, but hey, let's... All we can do is try to see if we can get some money out of it. GRVI, the gravy train. So this was an IPO yesterday. I don't even think I saw this one. IPO was at $5. And it's obviously holding well. I mean, look at the pop, 38%, big volume too. PSAC. I had this on my watch list yesterday. I think it triggered mildly, but didn't really do much. Look at it today. PSAC, this is one of those, it's a blank check company. Not sure who they're going after. Proposed business combination with Faraday Future. Faraday, well, based on my knowledge of who Faraday, I guess this is an EV play. BlackBerry had an earnings release after hours yesterday. Yeah, not really a great reaction right now anyway. Again, this is a meme stock, but they have not got a hold of this one at all today. Keep an eye on Rite Aid, R-A-D. Why? It was an earnings play yesterday. Basically gapped down and held the gap all day. Now there's that 200-day moving average, and it basically sat on it or closed on it. There's just a little bit above it, but it's now below that 200-day moving average, and this could be a second-day continuation down off earnings. It's a down 3%, decent volume already. Yeah, the market's not reacting that way, or is it, William? OSMT, and some news this morning. So from what I can gather, they have sold a facility that they own for $110 million. Then they have the potential of a $60 million upfront royalty payment, something like that. And again, through the 200-day moving average, relatively low float, 20 million in the float. And this has some room, if you look at the monthly chart, 621, let me make sure of that. Yeah, 621. A lot of resistance right around there, so it does have some more room to run if it wants to. OSMT. And let's see, a flyer from yesterday that sold off quite a bit. MRIN is gapping down quite a bit. It's a little misleading because it had such a pop at the end of the day, but anyway, it is down 15%, and I'm talking about MRIN. All right, let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. See if there's anything interesting. Whoops. I don't like that. Don't know what happened there. Hopefully that's good. Phew. Okay. Wow. Well, guys, the analysts worked overtime last night. This is the biggest list of upgrades that I've seen in a long time. Not that many downgrades, but let me get some of these upgrades in. All right, let's go. Nokia. Nokia is getting an upgrade from Goldman. A couple of upgrades for GMS that I'm seeing. All right, guys, there is some of the upgrades from briefing.com. Not too many downgrades. Again, that is a pretty big list compared to what we've used to seeing. Okay, now I'll get the downgrades in. And not too many downgrades. Couple of three downgrades for BlackBerry BB. Three downgrades after their earnings release, and a downgrade for Rate 8 from JP Morgan. Downgrade for LOGI from Goldman. Okay, that's the downgrade list, guys. Not too many. Okay, one moment, please. IKNX, you guys are talking about that one. I don't see that. I don't see the halt yet. It's probably under 20,000 shares. Is that maybe the reason I don't see it? No, it isn't. So you guys are saying this is halted. IKNX is halted? It's not halted now. I see. Okay, yeah, it's not halted now, so it's come out of the halt. Okay. Probably when it was halted, my guess is that it was under 20,000 shares. I may be wrong, but that's the filter I have in my halt resumes. Speaking of, guys, look at the gap up and gap down. It's hardly any. Hardly any. This has been full the last a couple of weeks anyway, so not that much action in the true gap up and gap downs this morning, for me anyway. Again, this is what I use for the pre-market. Whoa, we have a new entry, Mr. Real. Making an early entry. So PSFE, as Zach says, is, I guess it's must be new for the Reddit boys, the WSB guys, the meme stocks. Let's see what it can do. 1283 is the next high looking left. Actually, that's not right. 1248 is. It's interesting that they would care because it's a huge float, 500 million. Okay, that's why. Thank you, William. TBPH is just, I'm hearing this one now. Yeah, look at this gap down for TP. This is in my watch list actually. Didn't trigger on the gap down, but look at this. Look at this move after hours yesterday. Hours 15:12. Had to be some reason for this. Proposed company public offering. So no terms. So there's no price. So they're going down on a financing. No prices released yet that I can see anyway for this one, TBPH. Yeah, again, we don't have that as an earnings play, but it is definitely an earnings play at FFHL. It's holding. I mean, released after hours, and it is holding. Yes, it is shortable. I'm just looking here. It is shortable. And the next high looking left on that weekly chart is way up here at 1711. It is at 15. Thank you, William. I wonder why. Let me see. TBPH. Oh, I had to go back a little. I had to go back last night. You're right. And now it says pricing. Thank you for that. So $15. All right, so it's a little bit above the financing price. $100 million. Yeah, let's see how good this news really is. 20 million in the float for OSMT. It still has some room. You're right. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers immediately anyway. It still does have some room to get up to that 630 mark, looking at that monthly chart for OSMT through the 200-day moving average. So we'll just have to wait to see how it opens. Meanwhile, TBPH starting to drift down now to that $15 price. Financing price. Hey Dev, good morning, and thanks so much for that note. That was really nice of you. What was that one? Was it JKS or was it SPWR? I can't even remember if that poster is still in the room. Remember we were about 10:30 every day. One of those, I think it was SPWR. Could have been JKS. It was a play at 10:30 every single day. Was it JKS? Every single day for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It was hilarious. I can't remember if he's still in the room. He or she. It was it was right around that $60 range, as I recall. So it was a few months ago. Joey Juarez, good morning. Was it Chris? Might have been Chris. Might have been Chris, yeah, might have been Chris. So guys, keep an eye on the EC, just in case, okay? It's still interesting to me. I did not take it. I was going to take it maybe as a potential swing. And it's just that gap, that potential gap fill. Had a great day yesterday, of course. Still kind of holding. I mean, you can't do anything now. The spread is awful and there's no volume yet. But keep an eye on it once it opens. Wrong Chris. It was another Chris. You're Chris Kringle. With that spelling. Well, I think there's still time for EC if it wants to move today. I may be wrong, but all right, guys. Wow, 9:25. Just gonna get set for this open. You know, that Smith & Wesson still looks good, doesn't it? SWBI still looks good. That's what you call a tremendous continuation after earnings. I mean, it looks like it's hanging tough over 30 now. There was earnings right here on that day, and it hasn't really stopped. All right, so this IKNX. So after the halt, it moved down, right back up. Now, yeah, this is, like, I have no idea how many shares are really in that float. I mean, we have 668,000, which is ridiculously low. Whatever it is, I mean, this is from our provider. That's what they've given to us. Whatever it is, it's going to be very low. And so, again, you've got to be so careful. Look at this. I mean, look at this gap up now. Did they actually release some news on it? On business combination for a U.S. publicly traded ESG-focused cryptocurrency mining company. Okay, well, that's their big news. Not that crypto is not obviously in favor right now, but anyway, that's their news. All right, guys, just give me one moment. Here we go. The lack of halts in the pre-market? In what respect? You mean our halts resumes, you mean? Okay, well, the reason it didn't say, as William said, it got halted on no volume. So that's why it didn't. I definitely get halts in the pre-market, but I personally have a filter here of 20,000 shares. So when it got halted, it was under 20,000 shares. I definitely get halts in the pre-market. And that was a news halt. So that was not a volatility halt, which would have usually implied some volume. All right, guys. Wow. Almost caught me by surprise. Market's going to open in 5 seconds, guys. Let's have a great end to this trading week. We're now open. Again, I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. Kind of try to let things settle down a little bit. There you go. There's our expert on halts, William. Keep an eye on EC, guys. And there's Smith & Wesson still moving, holding over 30. Yeah, JKS, as Real pointed out, is an earnings play. An earnings play, sorry. So, let's see. Now it's had actually a little bit of a pop. Rite Aid is weakening right now. It's had a downgrade. It's through the 200-day moving average. And that's RAD. And of course, it was an earnings play yesterday. So this is like a second day continuation of earnings on the wrong side. Yeah, JKS, yeah, what a pop. So it's actually just gone positive, but it's early. It's early, early, early. Zach went long ALF. I do see it. It's thumbnail. It's a thumbnail chart, so I do see this one. Lots of volume coming in. Yeah, GRVI halted. Yes, GRVI halted. I didn't see this one yesterday at all. This is an IPO yesterday. I didn't see this at all. It's going to have a big open, 826, 826 it looks like. I don't think, my guess is that there's no way I could have shorted IKNX, but let's just see. I don't think so, yeah. No shorts available. Good luck. All right, guys, I'm just watching some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything exciting. PIRS, I don't think I have shorts for that one. Let me just do a quick check. PIRS. Yeah, no shorts available for me. Not immediately. Again, I just typically wait for about 15 minutes before I really want to do anything. There's Sabre, guys, SABR. Maybe interesting, though there might be too much support around that 1280, 1290 level. SABR, down day. I remember Jets yesterday looking at the ETF for the airline industry. That was I think one of the only ones that was down for the day. Remember the market had a big day yesterday. Are the AIs looking cold this morning? I don't know what you mean by that, Pierre. Yeah, William, that's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, you know. Things just whip up, whip down. Let's take a look at JKS. No, JKS is continuing. You know, you wouldn't have thought that on the open, in the pre-market anyway, but look at this. What a big recovery. But it's early still. It is early. Well, Alpha is continuing. It had a pullback, but it is continuing. I'm sure Zach is still in it. At that little pull, it would have been tough. 1374 all the way down to 1312. That would have got me out. Okay, well, first of all, Pierre, if you're talking about our AI, nothing triggers until at least 9:35. Number one. Okay, so it is now 9. That doesn't mean we'll get an alert at 9:35, but nothing happens until at least 9:35. Yeah, CYT just got halted. You guys were talking CYT. Wow, so this is an IPO from a few days ago. Okay, we just have the first one, guys. So there you go, Pierre. There's your first one. Gravy just opened. Yeah, there it goes, man. So it was halted at what, 806, 860 now. Yeah, a lot of activity right off the bat here. All right, key level here, 1277 for PSFE. Right there, PSFE. If you can break through that, and it's got a shot there. The next high is looking left, 1387, I believe, 1395 actually. Just don't like taking these so early, but as Zach pointed out earlier, this is one of the Reddit stocks now, WSB stocks, PSFE. A little surprising, big float. PaySafe is ready to ride the iGaming wave. Keep an eye on that PSFE, guys. Again, if those guys get a hold of it. XYF was big yesterday on the downside. I know Real and others probably shorted this one. XYF from here. Very active still. Yeah, IKNX is halted. Yes, somebody asked, is it halted? It was halted at 9:34, 40 seconds plus 9:34. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening soon if it's a 5-minute halt. Yeah, let me just give her a little bit of food. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, boom on that PSFE. And I mean boom. Well, here we go, guys. Great alert from the AI. Coupled with Zach telling us early that this was a Reddit stock. Now, can it take out 13? That was the next high looking left. The next high is way up here. I think that was about there we go, about 1395. Holy smokes, guys. PFSC, look at this. Great alert from the AI early. I guess IKNX opened. Look at Alf. Yeah, great. I'm sure Zach is still in this one. I would not have been in this one on that after that pullback, that's for sure. But there's Alf, and I mean, there's the high looking left, 1670 or so. Well, I got wrapped up in the PSFE. I'm not, I forgot to keep an eye on the RAD. Now I had that, look at the pop up it had. Now looks like it wants to keep going down after earnings yesterday. It's really taken out that 200-day moving average, RAD. Excuse me. FUV, guys. FUV now is popping. EV play, of course. And what do we have here? Looking left, 1734. It has room. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, it has room. 1734 is the next high looking left. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying you don't have to worry about chart resistance on the daily chart anyway. I made a little exception today because of the fact that it looks like this is a Reddit play. You rarely take anything in the first 15 minutes, but the PSFE. There's ACPA, guys. Remember ACPA from yesterday just didn't move really? It moved early and then it just sat there all day. It's continuing. AKBA. This is one I took a little loss on. It just didn't move once I got in it. Again, it has room. Looking left, that's why I took it yesterday. It has room to 519 or so. I mean, that's the next high looking left on the monthly monthly chart. So just in case you're wondering, guys, there was the alert, okay? 936. I rarely take these early, but You know, the fact that, first, well, a couple of reasons. The fact that it had a lot of room to move, but also the fact that Zach mentioned that it was one of the new ones being targeted by the Reddit crew. That got me interested. Of course, we saw it in the pre-market. We already saw that pop in the pre-market. It was holding well in the pre-market. Didn't have any sort of capitulation. Boy, JKS, what a great move. You would not have been able to predict that after the look at this, about a $5 move from the lows pre-market, earnings play, release earnings pre-market. Next high looking left is 42.66, so it's got about $1 to that next high. So that could really stall it around that area. Definitely a lot of activity for a Monday morning. Did I say Monday morning? How about a Friday morning? And you know what, Bert? You're saying it the right way. It's a trade. All right? You know, I don't look at these things as anything more than a trade. Now, I see that the AI has another one on the short side. No shorts available for me for that one, Interactive Brokers. Not that I'd want to do it right now anyway. It is gapped up a bit. Yeah, that's certainly not me, Harvey. Today is an anomaly. XERS, guys. So, problem with that one. Look at that 200-day moving average looming above it. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. What's going on? Rite Aid, guys. RAD. Just too late on it now for me. So if you took this one on the short, well, FRX, so this is one of those SPACs, guys. Who are they trying to buy? With the Beachbody Company. The Beachbody Company and mix, so it's a fitness play, I guess, obviously. Who doesn't want a beach body? Look at FRX go, my goodness. I don't know, is this just an announcement today? Expected closing of business combination. Let's see when they expect to close it. June 28th. So okay, so this closes on the 28th, so that's on Monday. So that's why the excitement right now for FRX. So they'll be closing that merger on Monday. So it'll start trading as Body, BODY. Again, guys, PFSE, just a trade. Now, for me, I want to see if it gets back over 13 again. Maybe take another run at it. PSFE, sorry, PSFE. However, I have my doubts. The reason I have my doubts is right there. Look at that float. $500 million in the float. It is going to take a bunch to move this. So This is not a confidence-inspiring pullback right now, but I mean, I'll be interested again if it gets over 13. Yeah, I know, Rad, I know. I wish I were in it a little earlier, that's all. And SNCR is here. SNCR is right there. Had the big day yesterday. Follow through today. But guess what? Look at that. 200-day moving average. Just up above it. Now this one is shortable. Okay, let's see if it can if it stalls at that 200-day moving average. It's shortable for me. I should always say that. It's shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Nike has it held its gains. Nike is an earnings play. It's too low. Yeah, it's still holding. I mean, it's still holding. Release earnings after hours. Look at that run after hours. Huge run after hours. Maintained this morning, and it's still, hasn't given up anything really. Didn't FedEx have earnings also after hours yesterday? Or am I wrong? Yeah, so it had earnings. So the other way. Okay, so this one, this FFHL, China play, it's actually an earnings play. We do not have it here, but it is actually an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see there's that mauve area. That's the after hours on our charts. That tan area, rosy area is pre-market. A little bit of tumble once 15 minutes before the market opened. But here we are. So it's made a new, I don't even know how to call this anymore. Normal market hours high. And this is shortable for me, so I'm somewhat skeptical about this one. Look at that float though. You got to be so careful with that sort of a float. 1 million in the float, going long or short. You've got to be very careful. If you take this one, either way, do not wander away from your computer. But it is looking stronger right now. Up to 54%. But again, that float, 1 million in the float, ridiculously low. So the highs in the pre-market were way up here, 1529 or so. Actually right here, I guess 1557. Though I'm looking at another chart. Okay, there was a spike high. Because our data starts at 7 in the morning. Eastern time, but I do see is that right? I see a spike high of 1994, almost $20. EC on the move, guys. A little bit of motion for EC. Well, they may, again, we're not marrying them. I'm just trying to play what we see, and if we can, get that middle 2/3 somehow, It's great. And there it goes. Wow. Oh, there it goes. Well, I did not get that short. Look at EC, guys. This could get really interesting over 15. All right, let's take a look at some of the ones coming in from my option scanner. This IRWD, also SNCR came in at 355, just resting right now. IRWD, so let me take a look at IRWD. $13.23, $14.06. Okay, so the next high looking left on the monthly chart is around $13.23. That may get it stuck. If it can get through that though, then you look here, 14, a little over 14 on the monthly chart. Whoa! Well, I'm assuming you're out of the IKNX. Look at the pop now it had, and it's halted. IKNX just got halted again. Okay, I keep forgetting. Well, I shouldn't say keep forgetting. So today's my day that you listen to me. So Piers did not sustain itself. I think that was when I looked earlier, no shorts available for me. So PIRS did not sustain itself at all, and it's actually gone negative. It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, I had the big day yesterday on the orphan drug news. More news today about, the COVID, and then it's actually gone negative. Just no shorts available for me. All right, guys, this Ironwood, IRWD, getting really close to taking that 1323 out. If it does, I mean, it's got room. IRWD. No bio, how much in the float? So it's on a low float. They don't, oh, but look at the short float. 21% short float percent. STRM, guys, look at STRM. Big move here for this one. STRM, wouldn't surprise me. Whoop, it just got halted. I was just going to say, wouldn't surprise me if it got halted, and it just got halted. Wow, look at this one. I mean, look over here on the weekly chart. 229, 225, 232, 228, 226. You can just see. I mean, I'm sure it's going to take this out when it gets when it resumes, and then you look left over here, way up here at 380 something. Not a crazy low float, 36 million in the float. Again, unfortunately, I wouldn't have taken this. Ironwood, guys, IRWD is on the move. Some days I just feel like I'm calling a horse race. There's just so many stocks moving. But this STRM, I'm just looking to see where it could open at. No great clue right now. I mean, it says 220, 220. I can't believe it's going to be there. I'm telling you guys, if you have Interactive Brokers, this Benzinga stream that they've got, the deal they've got, is pretty darn good. So I mean, they've already said what the news is on this one. So 20% pop following mention by, I don't know who this guy is. I think I've heard of him, but Lou Bassanesi, microcap newsletter, $18 price target. This is what I'm talking about, okay? I want to see if this is similar news. No. Anyway, there's your news for STRM. Ironwood, guys, IRWD. A nice move from the 1309 anyway. Coming into that little area of, what was I looking at before? At 1323, it's right at that 1323. There's that high. This is back in, it's over a year ago, February of last year. Now there it goes, guys. IRWD from the option scanner. That's what I'm talking about, right there. I know there's somebody in this room who is religiously doing my playing those option plays from my scanner. My trades, right? Interesting. Trade zero? Yeah, it really doesn't bother me that much. For instance, okay, trade zero, they have shorts for IKNX as an example. So you gotta be so careful. I mean, 668,000 shares in the float. Hard to know really what it is, but it's gonna be very low. Okay, this will be the interesting one on the open. STRM, guys. Very big pump, $18 price target on it. STRM. And there it is. Okay, so what did it open at? Actually, nothing huge. This was not a big pop on the open when it opened. It may be resting. See how powerful that newsletter is. Stick an alert up at 229 and see if it takes that out. That wasn't not a great reaction on the resume, but it's early. Keep an eye, guys. Takes that out. It could really start to rip here. STRM, I'm talking at what's the price is that? Around 228. I know it's way above the channel reel. I know that. But it just depends how powerful this newsletter writer is. I've seen the guy's name, but I don't know anything about him other than seeing his name. Nokia had an upgrade from Goldman, I believe. NOK. I'm just kind of watching the STRM to see if it takes out that high right there. I mean, obviously it has no resistance if it does. It's pretty docile for a stock that did what it did. All right, well, I've got my price alert set up here, so I don't want to continue to watch it. All right, let's take a look at AUUD that Zach is talking about. Saw this one yesterday. I don't think I'd ever seen it before. FUV, guys. All right, give me a moment here, guys. Something's weird with my headset. Just give me one moment. All right. Hey, Bobby, congratulations. Yeah, so it popped up. So let's keep an eye on this ironwood. It briefly got through that 1323. Let's see if it can take it out again with a little more force this time. So I'm going to stick an alert up around 1329 IRWD, because if it does, then it's got a shot to get up to that 14 level based on that monthly chart. Yeah, so big news for space in the pre-market. Morning, Commodore. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything is happening. Boy, that SWBI A little bit choppy, but boy, it's holding over 30 really well. Smith & Wesson. I'm continuing to watch that streamline, STRM. I've got my alert set for that high of around 228. Let's see if it takes it out on some volume. Excuse me. Actually, I should refresh. What is the float for that STRM? 36 million, so it's a fairly low float. So, I mean, it's got the, but it's drifting down. I mean, so that, whoever that guy is, certainly did not sustain that initial enthusiasm. Look at Smith & Wesson, SWBI. Wow. How is POW doing? I haven't really looked at POW. Yeah, it's still looking good as a trade of the week. Not really, Don. Not within trade ideas anyway. I mean, we have, we have position in ranges, how much the stock has gone up in 5 days or 10 days or 20 days, things like that. But I don't think we don't have exactly what you're looking for. And if you're asking me if there's something out there in the internet I'm not aware of, doesn't mean it's not there. Yeah, not that I'm aware of. Certainly not within trade ideas. Whoa, look at AGTI. What's the volume like? Not great, but AGTI drifting down here. Doesn't trade very much, that 122,000. That's 3 times normal, so you can see it doesn't trade very much. This was an IPO back here, but it's been selling off all month. Okay, guys. Well, so much for Streamline. Would have been a good short STRM. Don't lose sight of the PSFE, guys. I mean, it looks like it's trying. I mean, there was a big bottoming tail on the 15-minute chart all the way down to 1234 or so, and it's trying to maybe recover. We've got a couple of them in a row. Sellers have been trying to knock it down, but just, I've got my alert set over 13 to see if it takes it out later on. All right, well, FRX. Sorry, I wanted to look at FFHL. Boy, it takes out 12. I think Zach was shorting this one earlier, but this takes out 12. Look out below. Bit of a spread issue for FFHL 93.05. Let's see, we get that ask below 12. Keep an eye on Wish, guys. WISH. Having a little bit of a move here. Of course, this has been a very, very active stock over the last few days. The high yesterday was about 14.6, 14.50 or so. There's that high over here at 15. May not have enough room. I think this was a Reddit stock. Well, guys, it's a little bit before 10:20, but I think I'll go into my spiel right now. Just give me a moment here. I'm just wanting to keep an eye on a couple of stocks, set some price alerts in case it happens. Okay. So, welcome to the trading room. If you're brand new to this trading room, welcome to the room. This is format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. If you are a... No, wait a minute. Got ahead of myself. So what I always do here is put my homepage link in the room. And if you're in this trading room here, what I call the main trading room, the link is always here, okay? So, you click on my link, and this is what you'll see. So, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. I'll click on Get Trade Ideas, just give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas does cost. Here we go. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So the big one, premium, 22 on an annual basis, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard, the big difference, there are some other ones, but the big difference is the AI, nicknamed Holly. That's the usual reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. I'll go over the AI in a little bit. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You want to go monthly, that's fine. $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only, okay? So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. You can get the trade of the week. So these two are free. The trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's was a good one. There will not be one next week. Okay, Steve is going on vacation, well-deserved vacation, so there will not be a trade of the week next week. Stock of the day video. I usually do it around noon. These two sections right here from my homepage. A lot of information, so that's why I always say save my link. Too much information to try to look at while the market's open. So you can always look at all this, more or less at your leisure whenever you want. So for instance, my scan section, here's my layout, okay? Click for my layout. This is my layout that I display. But I have a lot of other scans here that I've created. You might have your own layout. You don't want my layout necessarily. So here are all the individual scans that I've created that you can take a look at. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. The gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. So a lot of scans here that I've created. Big education section. The 20 lessons. If you're new to trade ideas, please take a look at this. This covers all the basic features of trade ideas. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc. All the way down here, the AI, Brokerage Plus. I'll go into in a little more detail in Brokerage Plus a little bit later. But a lot of good information here. If you're not a subscriber, you can also take a look at this so you can have an idea about what we have to offer. Daily support session. So you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room also. There's a YouTube room. It's the same as this. They hear me. They see my screen. Just not quite as active in terms of traders. But at noon, I take a break. So one of the other traders does take over from 12 to 1. And I think today it'll be Andy. I'll confirm that. But before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there for between 12 and 1. While I'm on my break. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. They're all free. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. Here's a more detailed video on the AI. Back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? It's Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he created this. I think it's a very good video series. They're all quick videos. But if you're new to trading, I would really encourage you to take a look at this. And we have some ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information on my homepage, especially the scan section and the education section. Save my link, then you can look at all this at your leisure. Just give me a moment of just sizing that window. All right. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. markets. So it doesn't matter where you are in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. All right. We're a scanner. That's what we do. This is an example of a scan. I call it basic new highs and lows. Pretty simple. I right-click on the window, go to configure, and then the summary. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. This is a very powerful filter that we have. Current volume filter, relative volume filter. A 4, it means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. 400,000 shares minimum volume, etc. Okay, this is how you start off. You start off with filters to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why these stocks are showing up here. And on the downside, makes a new low with those filters. I get these stocks here. All right, so the good news, you don't have to learn programming to use Trade Ideas. We created, we figure, are enough alerts. These are all the alerts. I'm going to scroll all the way down. When I get to these icons here, these are the filters. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, you can combine them to give you the type of in fact, FA. Okay, this just showed up here, guys. Just give me a moment here. So we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, you can create the type of scan you're looking for. Ah, yeah, I missed it. I missed it in my little spiel. Well, anyway, the FFHL, it's looking pretty good. It's still a tough spread right now, 63.78. But anyway, alerted you guys saying, taking a strong look at it under 12. Again, the issue right now is the spread, 1160, 1178. It's a bit of a tough spread, but it looks so weak now. So again, if you're new to trade ideas, though, you don't even have to know how to create anything. I had look at this ATOS, guys. I know some of you were talking about this one. Wow, probably a low float. No, it isn't a low float. 120 million in the float, not a low float. But if you're new to trade ideas, you don't even have to know how to create anything, because if you go to my homepage and you go to the scan section, I'm sharing a lot of scans, sharing my layout, etc. We also have a channel bar here. You click on New, Channel Bar, you will see all of these channels. They're all themed based, okay? Now we're going to be revamping this. We're going to get rid of some of these channels. If we get rid of, well, not if, we are definitely going to get rid of some of these channels, but don't worry. If we get rid of your favorite channel, you'll still have access to the scans, okay? We're going to make sure it's in a library somewhere, but we're going to streamline this a lot more. And in this upcoming build that still is not quite ready for prime time, and this is what it's going to look like. So for instance, my watch list is a channel. So you'll notice, typically what I say is if you click on from our toolbar right now, click on New, Channel Bar, and then you load one of those channels. Every channel is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So the biggest problem has been that if you have your own layout up and running, your layout will disappear, which is, typically it's okay as long as you've saved it. But now you'll be able to surf through the channels and your layout will remain. No more of that hassle. Okay? And we're just waiting to clean up the rest of the channels so they all look the same. Obviously we need some charts. It has to look like this. For instance, if I go down to this channel, my guess is, maybe it is, okay. Maybe they're all done. No, you see what's happened here? So I go to infrastructure, see how they're just tabs now instead of the actual scan. So still has to be cleaned up. But again, you don't even have to know how to use trade ideas or create scans or anything. You can just you can take my scans. Ultimately, if you become a subscriber, you're going to want to be able to do that stuff on your own. But we try to make it very easy to start out. Now, a word about the AI. This is our premium service. I'm telling you guys, PSF, look, it actually had another alert on it from a different strategy. So this is what our AI looks like, okay? If you have our premium service, make it easy on yourself. Click on New from our toolbar. Click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see. Okay, you won't see these two. This is another part of this new build, being able to dock different scans together. But this is what you'll see. Don't worry about, whether it's coming from Holly 2.0, Holly Grail, Holly Neo, it doesn't matter. Just have this window up and running and wait for the alerts to happen. You'll get no alerts until at least 9:35. Okay, so nothing happens pre-market. You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. There's no video on how to trade the AI. The video in the education section goes over the concept of the AI, okay? But it's not going to say, okay, this is how you use it, this is how you trade it. Probably a Siri. All you have to do is just test it, use our external linking tool, and drop the link in, maybe like a symbol pay or like a symbol area for a Benzingo Pro, and just see if it works. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know if it works. But we link with many websites, many brokers. And by linking, this is what I mean. Linking is a time saver. So for instance, if I click on FFHL, it'll automatically load into my broker's platform. From there, I can trade it, okay? It's just a time saver when I talk about linking. Okay? Now, we do have a special arrangement. This window that you see here called Brokerage Plus is a special, is you can use it if you, first of all, you need to be using our downloadable application, not available in the web-based version. Let me just get it running here. Okay, not available in the web-based version. So this is what we call Brokerage Plus. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade the account. I don't go into any great detail about how you do that because I've got a couple of videos for you. Okay, I put in the Brokerage Plus video. And the link. There are two videos here. The first video shows you how you can connect your Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. And then you can use this window to trade. Okay, you see it says live, but it goes into that. And then the second video is advanced and shows you how you can do some interesting things like setting up what we call one-click trading. Okay, I don't go in any detail. Watch the video. Again, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, doesn't matter. You can still use trade ideas. And it's really simple to use. You just click on the symbol, and the symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. If you're buying it, you go long, you buy. If you're shorting it, you sell. Okay? Just give me a moment, please. Okay. So the other huge reason to use this, though, this Brokerage Plus window, okay, is if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. We have a simulator right there. You click on Sim, and it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. And again, before you commit money to the market, you better practice trading. If you use our simulator and you're practicing and you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you're connected to your live account, okay? I have to be blunt because when you start trading with your real money, a lot of emotions come into play that don't come into play when you're using a simulator. I mean, when you're using the simulator, try to duplicate as best you can, what you would do if you're connected to your live account, but believe me, the game changes once you start seeing your P&L whip up and down. So if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money in a live account. Unfortunately, though, also, if you're able to make money in the simulator, great. No guarantee you'll make money when you start trading. Again, because emotions come into it. So I'm just trying to, warn people ahead of time, manage expectations, I suppose. Oh, of course you can do a limit order. Yes, absolutely, Jamin. Watch the videos, okay? And we would probably recommend doing limit orders as opposed to market orders, depending on, what the spread is. But yes, watch the videos. You'll see how you can do all that. So what I'd like to do is just demonstrate just a little bit about how you can use this to trade, as a simulator. Here's FFHL. Well, I'm glad I didn't take the short. Well, it would have been a quick one, but the spread wasn't good. Let me see if I can find something that might be a little interesting to demonstrate. Okay, take a look at Ironwood right here, okay? IRWD. Let's say you wanted to trade this, but you didn't want to take it right now, maybe on a pullback. Maybe a pullback to 13. So I could put 13 in both boxes. Excuse me. And click the buy button, and you see the blue line shows up on the chart. So if Ironwood, IRWD, goes down to 13, it'll take the trade. You could have also done it the other way if you thought, well, I'd like to take that trade if it broke through the high of the day. So of course you could have put the prices above the current price, click the buy button, and you would have seen a blue line on top. Okay? Now in this case, I want to take this trade, okay, in the simulator. I just wanted to demonstrate this, but here's the next thing. In fact, so I'm going to get rid of that. I can go up and cancel if I don't want to take that trade anymore. Just cancel that order. Okay, line disappears. Okay, now we're going to talk about money management. I'm going to take this trade in the simulator. I'm going to buy 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to buy it at the market. Okay, somebody asked a question about limit. Well, the spread is 1322, 1323. So going in at the market is no big deal. So it filled me at 1322. I'm going to put a stop at 1302. I'm going to explain why I'm doing it at 1302. And it's just to make the math easy. So one of the things is when you get into trading, guess what? They're not all going to work. All trades are not. Actually, I should have put it right at. Okay, I should have been at 1303. Sorry. But anyway, for the purposes of, imagine I put it at 1303. I'm going to explain why. When you get into trading, not all trades are going to work. So you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. It's that simple. Hope and pray is not a trading strategy. So if you're new to trading, that's the biggest problem is, okay, I get the idea. Maybe I should be out of a trade if it's not working, but how do I know what that price is? And that's where practice will come into play. How I like to do it, I'm not saying this is the be all and the end all, but I usually size up areas on the chart where I think there's some support. And so if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. Okay? It's only going to come with practice. So in this particular case, actually, I should have put it at 1303 because I wanted to make it 20 cents, okay? The difference between 1323 and 1302 is 20 cents, or, well, it's 21 cents, but let's pretend it was 1303. So, because the next aspect is also share sizing and how much money, okay, get the idea. I should be out of a trade if it goes to this certain price. How much am I willing to risk, though, dollar-wise on the trade? You have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say I could risk $100 a trade, based on my account size. So now I'm all set up. I get into the trade. Before I get into the trade, I know where my stop is. Okay, let's pretend it was 20 cents away. If I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, I would divide 20 cents into $100 and I get 500 shares. Because again, you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll just take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. How many shares you take, in my opinion anyway, should be based on how much you're willing to lose on the trade. And, and that will be the difference, of course, between your entry and your stop. Take that difference, divide it into 100 or whatever that number is, and you get the shares. Okay? So, very, very important. Practice trading before you start committing money to the market. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back. One thing I also want to just cover is these are some hotkeys that we have here. So if you want to get out of a trade, you just flatten it. Okay. If you want to get a half your trade, half. Do you want to double your trade, double. Okay. These are some hotkeys that we have. Also, if you want to practice swing trading, you can use this. So if I don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, by the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So you can also practice swing trading using the Brokerage Plus in the simulation mode, okay? And of course, I mean, if you're connected to your live account, you can use it. So there you have it. Now, let's see if I can get back to taking a look at some of the action. WNW. I think I saw Zach mention this one a while back. WNW. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see any. I don't see any specific. Other than the lawyers coming out, I love this. Rosen, respected investor counsel encourages investors with losses over $100,000 to start a class action suit against these guys. Oh, was that you? Okay, real. Okay. This is maybe interesting. This ZEV, Lightning E-Motors. Of course, it's, okay, I want to make sure. Okay, yeah, ZEV, ZEV. So probably, maybe, an IPO here. Let's see how well it's holding this level here of 925. The next high looking left is 943 and then 962. So it may not have enough room. Nice day though. And let's see if it breaks through, keeps going, and this could be a play for next week. ZEV. Could be a play for next week, guys. Keep an eye on the PSFE, guys. I mean, it's getting closer to that 12 again. It's a big float. Big float. So that's why, it's going to take, a little more enthusiasm to move this. We need some volume. I mean, look at the volume in the first 15 minutes. That's typically what you see. But the volume has just been really tailing off. I mean, it's great, 21 million. Don't get me wrong. It's a lot of volume, but it's been tailing off. What we need is a little more enthusiasm to pop this thing through 13 and just let it keep going. So consequently, what I do is I'll put my alert here, at 1316, and if I get a price alert on it, I'll know about it, but I'll also check to see, okay, did it pop? Is it popping through? Is the volume really increasing? But you can just see, I mean, look at the volume. It's just decreasing. I mean, still absolute. I mean, look, 580,000 shares. I mean, that's a lot of volume. Don't get me wrong, but in relation to what was happening before, the volume is just decreasing. Well, I'm just actually looking right now. So the bloom is really starting to wear thinly on these meme stocks, guys. I'm looking at GME and AMC. I know Zach is targeting $25 on AMC. Zach, are you still listening to me? Or did you put me on mute while I was going through my spiel? Sounds like he's not listening to me anymore. Well, this is going to be the stock of the day when I do my video at noon. The reason, and I'm not in it, I wasn't in it, but I mean, I got to get a big shout out to Zach. I mean, he called this one really early. Now I would have been really hesitant on, well, the 2 minute chart. Anyway, had a big drop, about $1.50 drop. But anyway, so that is why, but he can't hear me, so, but that's okay. Oops. ALF, obviously, not AFLK. Yeah, it's okay. He gets it. All right, man. Oh man. I mean, where's this going? I mean, I know they had the news back here, and they had more news here, and then they regurgitated the news a couple of days ago. I don't know. I don't know if this is a Reddit stock. I don't know if this is one of those meme stocks. I could check the site, I know, but I don't recall it being one of them. But it fits, sort of fits the bill. Low float, but we don't have any short float percent. All right, so my option scanner very quiet today. Very quiet. Take a look. SNCs. I don't think this really did very much. There was the alert right there. That didn't do very much. The Ironwood, it was okay, but it didn't give us a huge move. I mean, I suppose if you took it right at 1309 and you got out at 1330, 20 cents, I mean, it's not bad, but not fantastic. Every day can't be a barn burner. All right, now, I've been talking about this for a bit, but just kind of keep a half an eye anyway on the STRM. Okay, basing here a little bit, had the pop, newsletter writer, put an 18 price target or something on it. Didn't really do much though, but it's basing. If we get some volume, but look how putrid the volume is right now. Look how it's just tailed off to nothing. Okay, I mean, look at it, nothing. So, but if all of a sudden we get like a volume bar like that, moving it through two, you never know. So I know I have an alert set right up there, but I'm also going to set a price alert for about 202 and see if it takes that out. Now, on the flip side, because this is shortable for me, 186. On the downside, this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Only issue is, 186, it looks like there's a ton of support around 170, so it's not a lot of room. But anyway, I've bracketed it, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, Zev. Well, I mentioned this one a little while ago. I mean, this could be really interesting next week. There's the high 962 is the. So again, this cannot be an IPO. Okay, it's probably a symbol name change. Maybe somebody can confirm that for me. The reason I say that is look at the position in lifetime range. Now, if this were truly an IPO, I mean, then that would look like 964 as a lifetime high. That red bar would be green almost right to the end there. So that's why I'm saying it is not an IPO, though I may be wrong. We may have something going on with our lifetime range. Well, Alpha actually now, the fact that it's basing a little bit over right at around 20, I mean, I can't take this trade yet because it's just too extended on the 15s, but the longer it bases here, 47 million, it's only 47 million, 3.8 in the float. Yeah, I don't think he's pumping at all, Lily, so. All right, CHMA, that's the one I wanted to take a look at. I don't see it anywhere in any one of my scans. And the reason being is that the relative volume is a little low, so it's not showing up in any one of my scans, but there it is. Another China, no, it's not a China stock. Yeah, so here's another one, guys. Is it shortable? Yes, it is. This is another one of those newsletter writers mentioned in Banyan Hill newsletter. So this is what popped this one. I don't know. Again, I don't know who Banyan Hill is, but this is what I'm talking about. I'm very impressed with Interactive Brokers. Hey, Real, you have IB Light. Do they have the same news? Can you get the same news? I'm sure probably you can, right? Okay. I mean, it's very impressive. All right, I have to stop feeding her just a minute. All right, guys. I'm going to see if this short is going to work here. I'm a tight stop on it. I'm talking about CHMA. All right, guys, I'm just going to give the CHMA a little bit longer here. I mean, I was hoping it would really start to move down here. 475, 474 may hold it. Yeah, so I may be exiting my short of it. It's not reacting the same way the other one did. Give it a few more pennies for me, and I'm just going to see what I'm going to do with the CHMA. Sorry, guys. I'm just having to wait on this CHMA. See if it gets into the 70s. I think if it gets into the 70s, I might have something, but it doesn't look promising right now. Just have to wait and see. Okay, I'm out, guys. I'll take a look at it again if it... If it gets down through that 480 again, I may take a look at it again. All right, GMVD. Sorry, you. I know you mentioned that one earlier, Ori. GMVD. Ah. All right. Well, let's see if this one works. Back in that short. Let's see if this time it works. Might stall right around here. If we can break down through 470. It looks like it was, yes, it was an IPO yesterday. GRVI was an IPO yesterday. I didn't see it yesterday at all, but looking at my headlines, it does say it was an IPO yesterday at 5. So it didn't really do anything. Yesterday, did not do anything yesterday. Excuse me. But a nice pop today, for sure. But I don't recall seeing it yesterday at all. Oh, you heard that, did you? All right. STRR guys, this popped earlier. I noticed at around 10:33. Wow, 10:33. I'm just looking at my momentum up right there, 345. I didn't really pay that much attention to it afterwards, but look at this STRR, definitely on the move here. Low float, classic low float, 4.6 million in the float. It'll easily trade the float today. 52 times normal it is trading. Keep an eye on it. OSMT. It is trying to come off the bottom here. OSMT. Trying to come off 4. Right here. It hit a high of 513 in the pre-market, guys. That's some news. What's the news? They sold $110 million sale of a facility they own, and then they talked about a potential $60 million royalty, etc. All right, so there is the, I mean, look. It takes this out. I mean, it's got a lot of room to get up to that pre-market high. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying it's, you know, it's stirring a little bit here. Well, I hope you're right. I got back into that short, the CHMA. I got back into it. Yeah, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right. What time is it? 11:11. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Keep an eye on the streamline, guys. The STRM. I know it was a newsletter pump earlier. Didn't really react well after the halt, but it's trying to come back a little bit. It's approaching 2 STRM. You can see right here. All right, we got a little action at my feet, guys. All right, Chloe. Well, CHMA, it's kind of paint dry stuff, but it's still working a little bit for me, so I'm just going to hold on. I think the CHMA, it's got to get down into the through the 70, and then maybe. Okay, so the PSFE did not take out 13 again, so things are just kind of slowing down a little bit for me here on the alert. I'm not getting too many new alerts. And again, and this is indicative. I mean, you can see right here. I mean, my option scanner has been really active over the last couple of weeks. Maybe a little too active. Oh, guys, there's the STRM. Let's see. Let's see. So it popped up and right back down. So yeah, this was full. So not very much activity option wise. I mean, the market's up. See, tech, maybe it's, you know, tech is just, well, it's basically flat. Now it just went slightly negative. Rite Aid continued down. I did not take that short, unfortunately. I got wrapped up on that SPCE. I'm sorry, PSFE. Which is okay. I mean, percentage move on that one really worked well, okay for me. But just kind of watching. Well, look at the streamline, guys. STRM. I mean, I don't know the power of this guy, this newsletter writer, Bassanesi or whatever, however you pronounce his name. But it is trying. But again, look at the volume. No volume. I mean, it's still just tapering off, off, off. So, you know, this is moving here on no volume. Greetings, Atlas. Well, as we know, okay, Cordelia. Did you have a stop? Where's your stop? So you disobeyed your stop. Okay, well. All I can say is bon chance. It seems like you may get lucky this time. Yeah, Kev, I don't know anything about that. I haven't heard that, but you may be right. All right, you guys. Well, I mean, STRM. I mean, you might get lucky here. Her stop is $2, so it went down through her stop. She disobeyed her stop. Well, it looks like you're going to be rewarded, maybe. So you're in at 211, so you're getting close. Well, I think if it takes out that high of the day, I mean, it's got room. I mean, it takes out that high of the day. I mean, it's got room to run. STRM. So I'll be pulling for you there, Cordelia. Because you can see right there, I mean, look at the highs right there, 232. What did it get to? It got up to 229, right? Look at the weekly chart. I mean, look at all the action there. 226, 228, 232, 225, 229. I mean, look at all the action right there on that weekly chart. So you can just see if it can somehow break through that. Yes, it's got a ton of room. All right, guys, just give me a moment. I have to, just following an internal discussion. Just give me a moment. No, I don't mean with myself. ready, dreamer. I'm getting ready. All right, guys, that knocked me out. I just don't like the way this is trading. I mean, I may look at it one more time, but I don't like the way this CHMA is trading. Too slow. Basically flat. My second attempt at shorting it. All right, guys, I'm just kind of biding my time here. I'm just not getting too many new alerts. Though, let's see, GHRS. So this is an IPO, guys, just opened. GHRS IPO just opened. Let me do a quick check to see what sort of, who's behind it, number one, how many shares, and what was the IPO price. All right, so 10 million shares. Wow, okay, so this is a nice IPO so far for them. 10 million shares at 16, okay? So this is a nice premium so far. And who's involved? A lot of IPOs, wow, today, or this week. So we've got Cowen and Stifel. So no huge heavyweights. I mean, they're known, but not huge heavyweights. Excuse me, behind them. But the IPO price was 16, so yeah. So you're probably in the wrong forum, Atlas. Okay. All right, guys. I'm not seeing too many new alerts for myself. SWBI, anybody, PJ or JB, I cannot remember. I'm sorry, I mix you guys up. Who was it that took Smith and Wesson on the swing? Though I think it may have touched your stop out a couple of. Was it JB? Okay. If it didn't touch your stop out, then it was really close. Boy. Still in it. Great. All right, guys. Alf, after the big pullback, watch it over 20. I mean, if it gets over 20, it may get a lot of interest again. I'm going to stick an alert right around 2011, see if it takes that out again. You know, it had the big pullback all the way to 18. It's popping up again, though. Again, you got to be awfully careful. 3.8 million in the float, so you have to be really careful. 57 million shares are traded. Wow. Well, the streamline is, again, it's inching its way up. You know, it just needs some volume. Okay, here we have one. I haven't seen this one for a while. MLSS is starting to move here. Wow, look at this move here. MLSS. Sorry, guy. Wow, look at Iconics. Oh, got to be careful, though. I mean, I have no idea what that float is. Sorry, it's jumping around on my charts. I'm sorry. MLSS, so look left on the monthly chart. Next high, 322, coming right into the 200-day moving average for MLSS. So what sort of room does this have? On the weekly chart, well, okay, first of all, on the monthly chart, we've already gone over that. But again, look at that 200-day moving average. Boy, this is shortable, William. Well, at IB anyway. Anybody else, this is shortable. MLSS is shortable. For me at Interactive Brokers anyway. I mean, there's that 200-day. Will it pop through it? Look at it. or will it stall it? If it doesn't stall it, then looking left on the weekly chart, 246, which is basically where the 200-day is. Then the next high looking left is 317. So yeah, I mean, if it can get through that 200-day, it has a shot, but $1 million question, can it get through the 200-day, or will that just stop it in its tracks? Again, guys, the other one to just, again, keep an eye on it. Maybe just put a price alert on OSMT. Put a price alert on OSMT right about here. You know, that's 411, 416 mark. And see if later on, you know, it gets some volume and starts popping it up. Okay, sorry, Atlas. I'm going to have to start deleting your posts. Okay, you're just in the wrong room. One more, I'll have to just ban you. I'm sorry. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So OSMT, again, keep an eye on this. What I do, I just put a price alert around 411, 413 for OSMT, and see if it later on in the day it starts to move. Now, do I do it again for CHMA? I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. That's okay. It was just a bunch of BS, guys. We all know that. Boy, there's some really interesting looks here. I mean, the STRM, if it ever gets some volume. The OSMT, if it gets some volume. Right. All right, what time is it? 11:38. Okay, I just want to make a confirmation that it'll be Andy in the room. At least he was posting an off topic. I'll give him that. Guys, keep an eye on SNPX. This was a gap down in reverse. SNPX, what's the volume like? Not bad. 8 times normal. Very low float. SNPX. Zach is reading my mind. And there's some volume that came in. Very low float. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1287. So that's about $1 away. And on the daily chart, it's probably the same, right? Yeah, so it's got some room. But it's a very low float, 2.7 million in the float. So just be careful if you're going to take that one. You're right, real. As usual. Guys, MLSS is still running here. Look at, guys, Streamline is, boy. And the MLSS, so now what did I say before? If it can take out that 200-day moving average, which it's trying to, and it's got some room. And there it goes, MLSS, guys, through that 200-day moving average so far. And, okay, I wanted to show you this. So look how I got stopped out of the IRWD. I left a stop in. Okay, that's how that works. So you've got some interesting ones to keep an eye on. Certainly the STRM, I mean, it's moving. So Cordelia, you're back to your buy. The OSMT, if it takes out, say, 411 or so. And also, I mean, I'm keeping an eye on ALF. I mean, if later on in the day this takes out 20, this could just really start ripping again. Meanwhile, the MLSS, so far, that 200-day did not stall it. Breakout stocks, depends what you mean. I mean, these are all stocks that are breaking out, but depends what you mean. If you're wondering how do you find a breakout stock before it breaks out, can't. Okay, if that's what you're truly wondering about. But I mean, these stocks are all breaking out. The momentum stocks, they're all breaking out, if this is what you mean. Yeah, I mean, it'd be wonderful. I mean, look, you can look for a little bit of consolidation and maybe a build-up and stuff, but I mean, it's very, very difficult to try to predict a stock that is doing nothing and then all of a sudden has that explosion. What we try to do is, you know, we see the explosion and then just because you miss the first explosion, they can settle down a bit. Okay, and that's when, you know, for instance, on the OSMT, as an example. So that exploded in the pre-market, and now, it's pulled back. It may explode again. So that's why I put a price alert right around here. And if it explodes on volume, then it can continue. It could maybe start challenging that pre-market. Yes, and that is actually on space. You're right. There was a cross right there. Well, I mean, again, but what I'm saying is that we may miss the initial pop, okay? But then if it rests a bit, that's when you start using our price alerts and saying, okay, if it starts resting and then if it takes out a certain level, I want to have a price alert. You set it there, and I mean these things can keep running all day. You might miss the initial pop, yes. Or this OSMT is getting somewhat interesting. Okay, yeah, so it is Andy in the YouTube room. So what I'm going to do, guys, I'm just going to, my break is in about 10 minutes from now. I will put, I'm going to put the YouTube room or the link. Okay, so when I take my break, you can head over there. Yeah, so I think what you're talking about are, as you call them, the big guys, accumulating stock before the breakout because they're kind of in the know. Yeah, I mean, these newsletter writers and all that. I mean, yeah, there's no way to 100% know, of course. You could be holding a stock for a long, long, long time before it actually does the breakout. If it ever does. Okay, give me a moment, please. Yeah, she's by my side most of the day, RK. Okay, so now that's interesting because there was some volume that came in, but so right now, and there's a little bit of volume sneaking in on the 5, but right now, I'm going to re-stick my alert around 411 and see if I can take it out again. Yeah, I mean, alpha obviously can just rip out of nowhere because of that float. Now again, guys, MLSS, when it took out that 200-day, I mean, it took it out like nothing. You'd be in chase mode, though. So, Deborah, as an example, you could have said, I mean, I was talking about this 200-day. If it took it out, I mean, I wouldn't have, I mean, you'd be chasing it, but you can use that as a bit of a benchmark. Something that takes out the 200-day like that, you have to get interested. Who was it in the room asked me about Nike? All right, little ding. All right, well, somebody at the door. Now, Nike. Who was asking about Nike before, probably about 15 minutes before I closed the room, wondering how China would affect Nike? And I said, I had no idea. I said, I don't play earnings play. Anyway, there's the reaction, guys. Obviously, didn't affect it at all. Was it you, Chris? Okay. You know, you could have been watching Nike. There's where it released. So right around 4 o'clock. Yeah, 4 o'clock. And based, and then right there, 140. I mean, you know, I can't remember the last time I took a post-market trade. I have traded in post-market, but usually in a position that I'm in, maybe get rid of. The odd time I will take something in the post-market if I've been following a stock all day long and it closes well and I wasn't in it, and then I see some post-market action, that could get me in it. That's about the only time I really ever trade in the post-market. Certainly don't trade earnings. I don't trade ahead of earnings. In other words, I don't try to predict one way or the other. Cordelia, I hope you may have taken your STRM out. Okay. All right. The only thing that would be concerning me right now with the STRM, these topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Okay, so I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So again, the buyers had it up here, and the sellers closed it here. Buyers took it higher, sellers closed it here. Buyers tried again, sellers are right here now. So there's a real battle going on, and all I can say is, to me, it looks like the sellers are kind of winning. And the volume is completely dried up. But anyway, good luck. All right, there's this OSMT trying to again. Is there any volume in it? All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So it's getting interestinger and interestinger. Look at this OSMT. I mean, look what it's trying to do. Just get some volume. 20 million in the float. It's traded. This will trade the float probably at least 3 times today. It's just teasing right around that level. So I'll just put the price alert again. All I can do is just keep putting the price alert and see if it keeps trying to take it out and get some volume to take it out. What's the high right there? The high right there is, well, it is over that high. And the high right there is 14.14. Okay, so let's put an alert at 14.15 and see if it can just break right through it. You guys have been talking a little bit about AEI, and I'll get up to Bongo in a second here. AEI. Oh, yeah. It's been an interesting 3 days before. You can see all these little bottoming tails. I mean, it had the big pop up here, but it had a big sell-off. I mean, remember, it got up to 750 or something. It closed down here. And the last 3 days, it's just kind of done nothing. Sellers have been trying to knock it down. The buyers have been holding this area. Now the buyers are in control. Is that the Tesla? Yes, you're right. You're right. That was the Tesla. That was the Tesla announcement. You're absolutely right. Bingo bongo. Take your pick. BNGO. Let's take a look. All right, so looking left on that daily chart, 749, so it's through there. The next high is 793. So I mean, I guess it's got room to the 8 level if it wants to. A lot of volume coming in. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Andy to let me know that he's going to be streaming in YouTube. I'm going to put my announcement here. I'll be taking a break. Getting a lot of wows here, guys. A lot of wows. That's my sound alert for my option scanner. What's happening? SEAC, that's what's happening. SEAC. You know, what is it doing though? I don't like it. I mean, it just looks like there's too much resistance not that far away. I mean, on the weekly chart, 155, I mean, it's at 141. So, yeah. It's appearing, but now, excuse me, SNCR though is starting to make another move. SNCR 355, 359.
1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hey, Mike C. Good, good. Seems like it happens quicker every time now. How you doing, buddy? Hello, everybody. Welcome to the trading studio. Not the trading studio, that's my webinar. Welcome to the Friday support session. Come on down, Mr. L. Yes. All right, guys. Can I get another confirmation? Mike C was quick to the draw, but looks like everything is working fine. So welcome. My name is Andy. I'll be taking you through the next hour. This is set up for our Friday support webinar. So if you do have any questions about the software, stuff that you're maybe having a problem with, let me know, and we will do our best to try to work through it. It's a nice venue here to be able to share the desktop and help you if you have any questions. It's much better than sending an email in, unless you just have like a basic question that you need done or something. We can always work with that as well. Red carpet has been pulled out for Mr. L. All right. Kind of a typical Friday. Let's talk about the market a little bit. Just kind of bleeding up higher. Gaps. We're seeing gaps over the last 2 days, and not going a whole lot intraday, but that's not uncommon for the summertime. So we'll see what happens here. Man, Mike C, I think you're the only one that made it in. I'm not seeing any hellos from my normal crowd. Well, it is a Friday and it is summertime, so I guess a lot of people are taking their vacations and things like that. There's Aja. Hey, buddy, how are you? All right, I knew Aja would come through for me. All right. There's Kev. There's David. Oh, they're coming in swarm now. Like it's a swarm. Hi, Ken. How are you, buddy? Rebuilding an engine. Oh, okay. I admire that, David. I wish I always something I would enjoy had doing, but because I like working around the house and building stuff, I just never got around to the automobile engine. But I admire those who can work with that stuff. Maybe I'll pull up a YouTube video and try to rebuild an old carburetor or something at some point. I sure wish I'd have kept some of those cars we had when I was a kid. My first car was a fire engine red 68 Camaro. Man, I miss that thing. I did buy this little W&W today at 50 on this pullback here at 751. Kind of a China play, doing nice relative volume today. I sat in it back over here. I thought it was going to happen back over here, and I sat in it for like a week. And then once it started breaking down, I got out for a small loser. And this is so typical. Let me pull up my pen, guys, because this is what you'll see a lot, guys. If you like to bottom fish, you don't mind it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it as long as you have a reason why you're doing it. But you'll see this a lot right here. Typically, I'll see a stock bottoming out for maybe a month to 6 weeks, kind of like this WNW was doing. And then you'll have a nice defined double bottom there. It looks like it's going to go, and there's one last little flush out, to run the stops who may have been in, above this level. And then that's when you get your move. So keep an eye on that anytime you see a pattern like that where, because you see it all the time. You'll get that one little flash, one little dump out. I've seen it over and over again. green on the bottom reversal from CEAC. Nice. See, there you go. It's a nice little long. That's almost 2 months long there. Nice little bottom basing pattern, if you will. Then we had the gap up yesterday. I'm not sure what that was happening, but no, that's a good one. All right. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. No, Piano Man. I'm sorry. That's something, boy, we just haven't got around to doing. I know a lot of people would like to see that. We do have a web version. It's not quite as intuitive as our desktop version. I will tell you this. I've done many remote sessions with people using VMware or what's the other one? Parallels. Parallels seems to work really well. I know a lot of Apple users, Mac users don't like installing Parallels. I do understand that, but if you don't mind it, boy, they got it to where it works really smooth now. So if you just determined to use the desktop version on your Mac, I would highly recommend Parallels if you're not, if you don't mind using it, because it does work great. There you go, David. You'll help me work on engines, right? And I'll help you trading. Yeah, that was Kev. That is a decent swing trade. Nice percentage there if you caught it at the right time. Anything below 130, I think you're sitting pretty good. I always get nervous anytime a stock is trading below $2 or $3, but hey, some of them can really work. I mean, you can really kill it if you get the right one, that's for sure. You're welcome, Piano Man. Maybe I can work something out with the Piano Man too. Teach my daughter how to play the piano. She's actually coming along pretty good. She's kind of a natural. All right. Let's see. What have I been doing lately? Well, I've been bought this HCO today off of, you can see it here on Revenue Growth Fishing. This is a lot of times where I find I don't want to call them bottom fishing, because a lot of times, like if you look at this HCO, it's just pulling back, over. So this is definitely not a bottom fish. It's definitely it's a big pullback all the way from 70 to, 40s, high 40s. But I like what it's doing right here. Now this may not, a lot of times if they don't have enough time, they'll back and fill and play around. But I do like what I'm seeing here, kind of almost a month high, ticking up. I like the revenue growth. I like their price earnings, the price per share, price per earnings. So yeah, a lot of things I like about that, and it kind of like it's a boat dealer. A lot of people just buying up assets right now. So maybe they've had a huge inventory of used boats or something. I don't know, but I like the way it's kind of poking its head above this range right here. Just bought a small size at 430 of pretty much right here when it broke through right there. 49.30, I should say. See, something that's not working for me. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm just basically flat in it, but this one kind of disappointed me. Remove some of these. This is another one that was on revenue growth fishing, and this is a lot of times what you get. Maybe it's just not ready. I like the way it was setting up, popping above. I bought it on this day right here at basically right here. I think it was 1680, something right there. And I was hoping to get a move out of that, just not happening. So I'll give this, like I said, I'm basically flat right now, but I'll definitely stop out if it breaks to the low end of this range. Not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a little follow through, but tough sector right now in the home building. This is I like the technology. This open door. They'll buy your home. They try to make it easier, but I like the revenue growth. But still, it's a newer issue. It only came out about 7-8 months ago. I do like the way it's kind of setting up here, but don't like the action today, but that could change. See what the close brings. Great news, guys. And I'm sure Barry's been talking about it, but I've been building a lot of docks, and let me just show you what you're going to be able to see. This is going to be the EV-related one. Okay, everything's going to be kind of nice and structured. Not like the old channels where it was real small and charts were different sizes. You're going to have a lot more standardization and structure so you can make it easier for you cleaner and easier for you to understand. But nice one. I caught FUV on here the other day because I saw a lot of the EV stocks running, and pulled this up real quick and was able to find a few that hadn't gone, and caught FUV a really good winner the other day. Let's take a look at the other one. Oh, and all the single stock windows are going to be the same. Okay, when you look over here, I basically use mine as kind of a template, so you'll be able to just look at them all, and they won't be different. You're going to have things that I think they're important, and if you don't like it, you want to change some things up, you can always take this, redo it, and be able to save it as. You won't be able to save it as a channel, but you'll be able to save it as a dock, so you can really load up easy. Yeah, I think it will. Save you a lot of OCD time. yeah, Kev, I think you're right. Let's take a look at maybe some more here. I think Barry probably showed you the let's see here. Going down, these are, this channel going down. I included the Extreme Carnage. A lot of people like the Extreme Master Blaster. Momo is actually probably our most clicked on channel besides the pre-market. So I'll take a look at Momo in a minute, but this is just the opposite of Extreme Master Blaster. These are stocks that you're gonna see these going down on big volume. So maybe you can catch some of these. I know Rad was coming through yesterday a lot of times. So got your biggest losers for the month. And once again, same single stock window. What I like about my single stock window is you can really look over here and see where it is in the position of 10-day range, year range, and all-time range and things like that. So it makes it kind of nice. Let's go to the let me do Omni, because I think this is a lot cleaner. If you want to just look at all the, I took out one of the windows so you no longer have an open and close. They're all just under one window here, so you can easily look at all the stocks coming through the AI. Once again, just nice and clean. Be able to pull it up real quick. Was a nice one today, wasn't it? PSFE, I thought was maybe had some follow through, but that's not working. I think some people thought that was going to be a Wall Street Bets stock, but if it is, it's not working. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at another one. These are some of the ones I did. Let's take a look at the volume one. Kind of use the same windows. I know a lot of people like these windows. You got volume thrust. These are basically going to be sorted by 5-minute volume. Spice having a great day. If you had this one up and running, you probably would have seen it early in here. Insane volume is going to be just volume to day percentage. So once again, you're going to see it. There's going to be a lot of redundancy in some of these. Obviously, if you have volume thrust, you could have some insane volume. But there's one doing insane volume that's just gap down and doing nothing. And then, of course, the moving up on volume. Another thing, too, the charts. The charts are going to all look the same. You know, taking out a lot of the gradients. Just made them very, very basic with, you know, key moving averages. So I think with the addition of standardized charts pretty much in all of them and the single stock window and just really kind of cleaning everything up, I think it's going to make it a lot easier, especially for the new people to come in, because they can't, when you have a different look in all these channels, it's really, really tough to make sense of it. So, and with that being said, hoping you guys have this version early next week. I would love to see a surprise release at the end of the day, but I don't know if we're quite going to make it there. Because what I was telling them, this is not real intuitive. Let's say you're in a dock. Let's just pull up the biotech here. So neither Michael Noss nor myself could figure this out. And I was telling the dev guys, I said, listen, most of the traders are not going to be able to figure this out either. So typically, if you have a window or a chart, anything you want to save, you right-click in the window, okay? Now, you can, actually, this is kind of a dev version, so this wouldn't work for you, I don't think. But anyway, what you're going to have to do, and I told them, I said, guys, we need some sort of menu up here so people will know to do this. You can click on the D in dock, and you're going to have some options here, where you can save or share to cloud, change, you know, title, you can change the name, you can edit custom channels. So you will be able to have custom channels in the channel bar that will be docs, so that'll be nice. But if I said it's going to be a nightmare for support if we don't put some sort of menu up here, like we do in the B+ window. You know, we have a let's see, where's my strategies tab? Yeah, like we have here in the B+ window, you can click on new and pull up things in Windows. I said we need some sort of a menu, even if it's just a file or something where they know to click on it. Otherwise, you have to click on the D, or you have to right click in the bar up here and get the same options. So it's not real intuitive. So I'm hoping, and this is a brand new release that came out last night. So I'm hoping they'll work something in. I think me and Michael are coming on them, going at them pretty hard today about that. So, because I can tell you, we'll get tons of emails. How do I do this? How do I save? So, yeah, it's going to be sweet, Kev. It's going to. At first, I'm typically sometimes dogmatic. I like my layout, and that's all I use. But more, when I started playing around, building these channels, it's really cool. Now, what you got to be careful, guys, you're going to have to be careful with loading up too many docs. I did it the other day. You forget you have them in there, so you need to go down here and just make sure you don't have, 10 docks opened up along with your default layout, it can definitely cause some issues. Quick feedback. Have the charts and single stock window in the spot where you can change the channels. Damien, I'm not really sure I understand that. Have the charts and single stock window in a spot where you can change the channels. Maybe I just don't understand that request. Same spot. So let me so if you are in a, well, let me just launch it like this to show you what you're going to be able to do. You can go to new dock channel bar. Okay? So you are going to have inside this, there's going to be the channel bar as well. Okay? So you can have the option of pretty much doing whatever you go into changing channels just like you were in the other one. So you can go to Alpha Predator. It's going to leave the channel bar in here for you. Okay. Now, if you're in a docked window, so I'm not sure what the charts in the single stock window have to do with being able to change the channels. You're going to be able to change the channels from the channel bar. Like in pre-market, I think pre-market's a lot better as well. You had these windows on top of each other with a lot of wide columns, and this way you'll be able to see a lot more, like 3 times as many symbols as you were in the older version. And then you got your pre-market movers up here. So some of them a little bit changes. You're going to have some charts, on the right side, some on the left side. So it's going to be, but for most, you have to kind of build it in this block formation. You can see a lot of times, it moves in basically with everything. When you drag and pull things down, see, it'll move the whole thing. So you kind of have to have it structured this way. But I think it makes for a much cleaner look, easier to understand. And talked yesterday in our marketing meeting, we are going to limit Oh, you would write, yeah. Well, here's the problem. If you do have a few, yes, there are going to be a few little changes, like this. You can't, some windows have maybe 4 windows in it. Some have 3. I don't think I have any with 2, but there may be some with 2. So when you start adding these different windows, you kind of have to use a little bit of different configuration. I hear you. I wanted to give it a little bit of different feel in some of the channels, but yeah, to make everything sometimes to make all the windows fit, I had to give it sometimes a little bit different look. But for the most part, you're gonna it's going to be quick to find out. Now this one's a little bit different breed because we wanted to keep, like, GameStop and AMC have kind of been the key Wall Street bets stocks, so we wanted to keep those 2 in there in a 15-minute chart so you could see real easy. But here's what I'm talking about. See, if you have some additions to that, more windows, you're going to have to create it a little bit differently. But for the most part, it is going to be a much easier. Sorry, I was reading something, guys. All right. Gold, poor gold, just can't. Look at this thing, man. It's trying to gap up like the last 4 days, man. Just cannot get anything going. Just continued selling in that gold sector. Look at those last 3 days. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Brutal. CDNA. Yeah, it looked like yesterday with the little gap up and closing. It looks like all-time highs. May there or close to it. I guess you had a move up here to 100. That still may get up there. It's definitely holding that. Look at how it's holding that key. Let me grab my thing. Look at that, how it's holding that 10-period moving average. Every time it tries to break below it, it bounces. So I think that's your key. If you get a close, sounds like you've been in it for a long time. If you get a close below there, may have some selling. Spider's getting a little bit of a downtick. Nothing to write home about, that's for sure. Volume, very low volume. Check out see if there's anything else on this revenue growth fishing. Yeah, this one, anytime there's a big crater like that, man, I usually stay away from those. Yeah, I'd like to see some things kind of range bound, not just popping up. Yeah, not a whole lot. That's just kind of a mess. A lot of head fakes. Boop, boop. All right. How would you use position and range for scan for tickers at support? Good question. Are you talking about the intraday or daily, Aja? Daily, okay. Let's just see how I would go about building it. You're probably, if you build it, you're probably going to get some symbols that doesn't fit what you're looking for, but it'll definitely show you the ones you're looking for. So let's just build a T window. Okay, start from scratch. And we'll go into our window specific filters. Let's just say stocks have to do 500,000 a day. Let's do price over $5. And what you might want to do is, let's say if you want to use a 20-day range and do position in 20-day range, okay? And we're going to add filter, and we're going to say it's at support, so we don't want it below the 20-day range. And we want it maybe with real close, so we'll put, let's just do 10%. So if we click on our show me button, it's going to say the price is no more than 10% above the low end of this range. So we know it's close to a 20-day low, but the price is at the low of this range, so it can't be below. So 0 to 10, and we can add some other things too. If you wanted the stock to, in other words, be pulling back, but also be at a strong, basically a strong daily chart, maybe you could just come in and do 50 SMA. I use this in one of my windows, is pullback swings. So we're just going to do a change from 50-day SMA. We're going to add filter, and we're just going to put 0.01 to make sure it's above the 50-day moving average. So at least we know it's a constructive / bullish chart over the last 50 days, right? It's above the 50-day moving average. So let's add some columns here. Let's see what we got. We got a symbol in there. We got price. We got change from close percentage. And we got definitely, let's put change from the 50 SMA so we can see how much it is above that 50 SMA. Relative volume is always a good one. See what it's doing. And I think that's probably will work. Let's just see what we got here. We'll just call this at 20-day low. All right, let's see if this is working here. There you go. That's a beautiful one right there, FSK. Okay, so it's above its, barely, but it's above its 50-day moving average, and you got the 20-day support right there. So that would work. TFC, there you go. It's got a nice support, flirting around with this 20-day range. You got it above the 50. Another one. This is actually a pretty good alert. I mean, top list. IRM. Boy, barely hanging on to that, 20-day low. Posh. There you go. So some of them, I'm trying to find something that's really not working, but all these, well, they seem like they're looking pretty good. And there's GameStop, flirting around with its 20-day moving average. I'm sorry, you're above your 50-day moving average and hanging out just above that 20-day low right there. So a lot of times it's only going to look for the 20-day low. So you cannot. These happen to be working out great. I mean, because it looks like we basically have a nice almost pivot line in all of them, where they're forming a nice little base, and that would definitely be called support. But it won't necessarily draw support every time. So in other words, you're going to find cases where it's just going to be like one bar down here and maybe not a real strong level of support. There's really no way to work that in, yet. But still, these are some really good ones. I don't know why hate that little bar there. Anyway, I'll share this with you, and you can take it. Thank you, Aj. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can take it and do what you want to with it. Yeah, I tell you, those position and range filters, guys, they're so powerful, man. A lot of the stuff that I build, that's the first place I go, because you can pretty much create any pattern you want. All right, let me share and save this for those who may want it. Let's see, what a 20-day low. There you go. Well, I may have to make this part of my nightly scans, trying to find stuff. Trying to find stocks. See, it just refreshed and something fell out of it. It probably went to a new low or something like that. Took out the Cool. I'm glad you asked for that, Aja. I always like building a window. I think that helps a lot of the new people when just kind of get an idea where to start. When you start, there's some things you always want to put. I have 3 items I pretty much put in every one of my uh, filters, and that is typically I'll put change from close. I didn't do that today, so if you wanted to, make sure the stock wasn't getting killed today or something like this, you could always come in here. I don't want to see it down more than 1%, so you could put like a minimum. Yeah, down 1%. So you could do that. I typically will use this as a filter, and of course, average daily volume and price. And then, gosh, it wasn't tough. Just a couple of filters, and really built a nice little alert top list. Okay, you're in the trading room. Oh, you're trying to get this. We take it over. If you're trying to get there to by watching the live stream, you're at the right place, James. Now, if you actually want to go to the certified website trading room, just do this right here. You want to go to Trade Ideas. Oh wait, Barry threw it out there to you, so I don't have to do it anyway. Anytime you're at the website, guys, just find the trading room, right, and go right there, and then it will take you through the steps to enter the room. So there you go. But Barry did drop the link. Oh man. Oh, I did enter Sol today. One of my, I have a few crypto stocks. You know what? If I trade them well, I'll go back to them. Rocket is one that I always seem to kind of peg. I've done very well on Rocket. I started buying it back over here on this bottoming pattern and had a nice move. Well, on this day right here, I bought it before it took out that high. So I think my entry was around 1930 or something like that. But today I bought Sol again. Tried it back over here. Boy, got a lot of wicks. I bought it this morning right here at 887. So a little bit in the money. But Solars are the top of the board there. I love the way JKS gapped down. It had a huge move and up 12%. So China is doing better. So I am starting to look at some China stocks. Couple of nice gap ups. Of course, you're going to get a lot of gaps because it's going to reflect their overnight markets. K-Web, China Internet's same thing, kind of trying to bounce. If it can get above that 50-day moving average, China could be back in play. So and that WNW is also a China stock. Nice volume bar. I like the volume bar. It's the biggest volume bar we've had. I mean, this total spec play. I mean, when this IPO'd, look at it, it went over $150. Now, obviously, that was just stupid. I mean, sure, a lot of people got killed, but sometimes, once they get down to a certain level and start bottoming, if you can hit them right, you can make some really good money. What causes the huge tails on candle after candle? I'm not sure if you're referring to a, hey Sam, how are you? I don't know if you're referring to, do you have a stock to look at, Douglas? Uh, Basically, anytime you see a candle, and this is probably a good example, well, most of these are what we call topping tails, or wicks, topping wicks. Is basically showing you where the price went. Okay, so if anytime you hover over a candle, you can see what the high is of that candle, the low, and the close. Okay, so the high is going to reflect that wick. Okay, the low, if there's a, going to reflect the bottoming tail, and then of course the body is going to be the open and the close. Okay, so you have basically 4 points in every candle. You have an open, a close, and then you have the high and the low. Okay, if the open and close are extremely inside the high and low, that's how you're going to get those wicks. Does that make sense? Okay, he said Nokia. Let's take a look. Yeah, Nokia, not seeing a whole lot of tails on this one, but you do have a little few upside wicks. Okay, where the stock tried to, move higher, but came down and closed well below the high. So that's what makes the wick, and just vice versa for the downside. Not seeing a lot of downside wicks in that. Try to think of a wiki stock. I'm sure that GameStop may be a wiki stock. Yeah, a lot of wicks where it tried to go lower. Buyers came in. There's a lot of bottoming tails there. Probably a lot of people thought it was going to pop right here. Then, of course, here you have some those topping, I hate to call them tails. We'll call them topping wicks or whatever. All right, guys, got about 15 more minutes. Some great questions so far. Boy, nice move in that stock today. Women clothes and shoes are back in style. Of course, Nike on earnings had a huge gap. You get that a lot. A lot of people get excited when these big caps come out with earnings, and typically this is the kind of action you get. And a lot of people probably trying to play this, and it's going nowhere fast. You had basically a 15% gap up, and then looks like price discovery was found right at the gap. Yeah, I seldom will I play a big cap stock on a gap. Dang, still going. That must be a multi-year high. Let's put on a time frame and look at the monthly. Yep. Not really. A month is basically a, let's put the weekly up. Wonder why it's showing that right there. I wonder if that was a bad wick, because our red resistance line is showing the resistance. It's because I got to be on the daily. So if I go to the daily and scroll back, there you have it, right there, your next resistance line. So, hate to say it, yeah, but there may be another buck in this one today. Yeah, maybe not today. Maybe it gets there, maybe possibly on Monday, but nothing to preventing it really from going there, except a big seller coming in, which always can happen. just like that one, ran right into its resistance, went a little bit above. Sellers came in. Yeah, it's one of those days where my stocks just aren't doing much. You're going to have those days. You got to be in the right thing. Let's see how this W&W is doing. Still holding that fast line. I put this pullback above. I called it something else in the swing channel. Let's go ahead and pull up that swing channel. It'll be a good one to, because I did redo this swing channel. I think you guys are going to find there's a lot better alerts in there. I put my pullback above 50 SMA swing in there. All right, so there's I call it daily pullback bar reversals, just so some people will understand better about what the A window is looking for. So take a look to see what we have coming through there. Now I still feel like this thing works better once you get a pullback in the market, but we'll still pull it up and see what's happening today in there. I don't like to go real early and start about it. Comcast is trying pretty much trading with the stock, cause yeah, nice little. See, that's a nice little pattern that I would take a chance on. Okay, you came down here, even though you're below the 10, you're below the 20. It's still, you're not buying up here at 40. Had a pretty good pullback, and now you had a bar reversal there. You got notified right as it takes out the previous day's high. Held at 50 for 2 days, bounce. That's a pretty decent looking chart. Another one, nice little pullback. Everything's going to be above the 50-day moving average. That one basically trading right at the alert, so not a whole lot coming through. This squeeze break does have a custom in it, but really the custom doesn't do a whole lot, so I'm having to Brad to take it out because we can't add customs to everybody. It's really, honestly, I think it gives you actually a few more alerts that's coming through, but let's take a look at what it's looking for. So it's looking for a crossing daily resistance. That's the key word, daily. So it's not looking for a crossing like an intraday. It's looking for daily. And you can see the filters here. Volume today. Key one right there is the short float. It has to have at least 10% of the stock must be short. Then you got a Bollinger Band filter. That's basically it. Change in 5 days. You cannot be, down on the last 5 days. And let's take a look at the stocks coming through. The true test of an alert. I haven't looked at these today, and once again, guys, I'm careful with the. Wow, look at there. That SNCR came through today. Now it came through at 336 because there was a big gap up, and there was your daily resistance. So Fubo came through again. Oh, here's the 15-minute. So Fubo came through at 33.21. So a nice little move there. Under Armour playing off Nike. There's Fubo again. RRC. Look at there. You got that one at 1640. It's just at 1660. Just not a big mover. Spice. got it at 50.80, went all the way up to 56. So guys, there's some pretty good ones in here. Now these are this is a swing trading alert, but I'm seeing the Sun W. I kind of gave back. It was doing good. AI, excuse me, get some water. Okay, sorry about that. The AI enhanced resistance cross. This was actually in the old one, the swing channel. DraftKings looks like it's up about 50 cents from where that went off. Chewy. Not a whole lot happening there. I want to be honest with you. This is one that I haven't really looked at a whole lot, so I cannot vouch for it. Although that was a great little call right there. But I'm looking at some of these dailies, so I may have to do some work on this one. This wasn't mine, but there's a few good ones in there. And then my revenue growth fishing. I have such good luck with this one that I had to throw it in there. I think a lot of people like it. And if you're not familiar with this one, basically what it's looking for is stocks that have nice quarterly revenue and taking a look at the configuration. Over $5. Position in 3-month range. This is kind of the key. It has to be in the lower 30% of its 3-month range. Okay, so it's been beaten up a little bit. Now there's no lifetime range or yearly range in this, so these things don't have to be like bottom fishing. Okay, you're just kind of picking a pullback and a major pullback in the 3-month range, but you got your nice revenue growth there, and this one right here is positioned in 10-day range. It has to be in the upper 30% of its 10-day range. This is why it's more of a scan, and it's not an alert. It's hard to gauge when these things will go, but at least it gives you something to look at, some eyes to look at it, and go from there. That's what first kind of tipped me off a while back on that WNW, although it wasn't a winner the first time. I could probably bring down this. Should probably change that and just, oh well. All right, but yeah, I think the swing channel is going to look a lot, once again, cleaner. W came all the way back to where I got. So this thing could fail me again. Different game. Bottom fishing is, that's for sure. That's why you got to play small size, because the key is to hold these things for a long time. You're looking for 50 maybe to 100% gains, not a 5 to 10% profit. So you don't have to play the same size as you would like a momentum trade where you're trying to take some size and get out for, a 3 to 5% gain. All right, down to about 5 minutes. Oh, nice little pop there. LXRX. See if it gets through this resistance right here. That volume. It poked its head, threw in a wick. Yeah, I wish I'd have seen that setup. That's a beautiful setup, and I probably have it in some of the ones I built. But you had a nice little pullback here, and then don't like the topping tail yesterday, the topping wick, but still it held that 10 period moving average, and now you had your 10 and your 20 both sloping upward, and your 50 rolling around there. So that was a nice little setup, regardless. Let's see my extreme volume high-low pro wouldn't pick it up until $5 because it has a $5 minimum on it. But Momo in the, let's see if that picked it up. Let's go to the Momo channel. Now I think this is Barry's window. So let me that he shared. So let's go to today. So if it's not in there, blame him. And let me look at see what was happening here. Take a look at the configuration. New high. Volume was there. Relative volume. You have to be careful when you have a move that happens in the middle of the day like this. This is the only thing that's kind of tough when you're using a high relative volume. Is the stock could be dormant, say, for 4 hours, maybe the first 4 or 5 hours into the day. So let's say it's only doing less than one relative volume, and then all of a sudden you have this huge volume kick up, even though it's doing massive volume in the 5-minute time frame and the 1-minute time frame. Because of that lag in the first 4 hours a day, the relative volume is not is not the same as something that opened up with huge volume. Okay. So keep that in the back of your mind. I typically like to use about 1.5. I feel like that's a nice little level to assure that the stock has had some interest all day. But I might crank this down. It works, man. It has some great alerts coming through there, but sometimes you can miss something like this if you're using your minimum relative volume too high. Anyway, this is a good channel. A lot of people, like I said, the majority, other than the pre-market channel, I think this was up there right behind it. You're welcome, Mike C. You're welcome, Kev. Yeah. Since I created, I took this revenue growth fishing. I got that from the Let's Go Fishing scan. So I've been using that more. So yeah, they're two different type scan. You don't have to have the strong revenue growth. The setup is pretty much the same, but you don't have to have the same the revenue growth that is not in Let's Go Fishing. So I've been focusing more on that revenue growth. Not to say you can't find some good ones from Let's Go Fishing as well. All right, let me let Barry know that I am ready. Okay, looks like he's starting. You guys have a great weekend. All right, I'll see you guys next week. Enjoy the summertime. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So STRM, I mean, it's holding two. That's what the best we can say about it. And I guess if we can take out 212 at some point and resume, just don't know what sort of oomph we're going to have in the market for the rest of the day. All right. I think you guys can hear me. I'm sure you can hear me in YouTube. Yeah, Alf, again, I'm only going to say it one more time. Just watch for that 20 break. I know you're giving up a lot right here, but I think if it takes out 20, it's a bit of a psychological number to take out. And if it takes it out on volume, there's nothing really saying that it can't keep going for a while. What did it get up to? It got up to 2070, 2085. Look at EXPR. Man, that's a great alert from the option scanner. 750, 792 now. So the only thing I'm really watching, I'm kind of watching that. Well, not kind of. I got a price alert set for Strum STRM about 212. See if it takes it out. I have a price alert over 20 for Alf just in case. I don't think the OSMT I think is dead now. I don't think it's going to get over 4 again. So kind of forgetting about that. And there's the reel was talking about LXRX. And it's just kicking into the option scanner. Red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart. This has got room. This has got some room, guys. But, as Real is going to say, top of the channel to you. Right? So maybe we have to wait a bit. Well, why would you say 14? I mean, I know. I guess you're saying because it hit 14 back here. Back here. I mean, anything is possible. I doubt if it's going to happen today, but of course, this is one of the meme stocks. And I'm checking the other ones. I mean, I don't see anything else really running. It's really possible that the meme players are saying, you know what, let's go for the cheaper ones for a while. Well, guys, EXPR, LXR, wow, sugar on whatever. LXRX. Option scanner strikes again. 520, 534 right now. Let's see, let's see how much more it's got. Yeah, I mean the volume, you're right. I mean look at the volume. The volume hasn't let up yet. Look at the 15s. Two equal almost. And well, this one is going to get a lot more because it's another 9 minutes, a little less than 9 minutes for this one. Guys, it's quick math. Just look at your computer clock. And it's 106, almost 107 right now. I'm going to do some really quick math. Let's see, 107, 15-minute candle, 8 minutes to close. Yeah, it's way above the Bollinger Bands. See, any news? No real news. I mean, they had some news at 8 o'clock, but I mean, that didn't really do anything. And this is a symposium at the American Diabetes Association. Unless they did it today. Wow, EXPR guys. Hey, main hit 14. Look at the volume. The volume is still here in the LXRX. Have to look at the 5 minutes though. I mean, the 5, it's still increasing. Listen. I refuse to believe it'll hit 14 today. But anything is possible, but I doubt it's going to hit 14 today. But it appears to be the one that they're all over today. I mean, I'm looking at some of the rest of them and they're just doing nothing. And this is shortable. The XPR is shortable for me anyway. Well, the LXRX not over yet. Look at the volume on the 5 minute. Now, thing to do is start looking at resistance areas. So on the monthly, there's no resistance anywhere close. Well, 611, that's not close. Take a look on the weekly. 562 looks like the next high in the weekly. Man, another IPO. Yeah, IPO Friday for sure. Those are 4 that I've seen. Actually, this is another one. There's 5 that I've seen today. This is a cheap one. Now, where are you out of? ACXP. And I'm going to want to see what that one is. If they're, one of those China. Okay, ACXP. Yeah, look at that. 2.5 million at $6, guys. This could do crazy, crazy, crazy things. Keep an eye on this one. 2.5 million shares at, so they're hardly raising any money at all. And they are out of, actually, New York. Huh, interesting. Okay. I don't know. Alexander Capital, LP Network One Financial Secure. So no biggies behind this one. I got to put an alert up here. 731. See if it takes it out with that number of shares. You just never know. It's just scary to be on the wrong side of these meme plays if they're really truly into it today. And that's the EXPR. And there it goes again. All right, next week I don't care. I'm taking every one of my option scans. I mean, I think the only one that they all, I don't know what the SEAC did. I don't think this one did anything, but look at the rest of them. SNCR, 355. I mean, it got up to, what, 370? Not bad. This one, not bad. I mean, it was 1309. IRWD, it wasn't terrible. I mean, it got up to 1334. But, I mean, look at these two. 750. It's probably $1 now. Yeah, there's $1. And then this one, I don't know if it's going to keep going, but 520. And it's got up to 540. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of auto trading it. Well, I'm back to that frame of mind, though. If I only had one scan now to watch, that'd be it. Okay, just a minute, guys. I'm having a problem sizing this. Here we go. All right, so this is getting a little toppy now, guys. The LXRX getting a little bit toppy here. Have to see, wait and see if this starts to move down. I know Zach is short this. All right. Well, I'm trying it too. A little bit 38, just on that little breakdown. 38 gets back up to 40. I'm out. I don't want to take any chances with it. It's got a shot. I think we might have some support around 532. It has to break through that. If it does that, well, all right. We need some inducement. Not a good artist, but there you go. AUUD. I know somebody mentioned that a lot earlier today. So again, this is not an IPO. I don't believe this is an IPO. I think it's just a symbol name change. I don't know if the news is there. That was well, it won't be there. It's a few months ago. I mean, it looks like, I just don't believe it's an IPO. $2,019. Thank you, Cam. Yeah, so that makes sense, right? Well, actually, this is 221 or 2021 right there, unless I come back. Really? Because this says 2021 here. All right, guys. So STRM is actually looking a little bit better in terms of holding that 2 with a little bit of hope that if it does get some volume, a little bit of volume and popping through, there's just no volume. I mean, just look. There's all the excitement right here on that newsletter, and then it just tapered right off. Let's see if there's, those subscribers want to push it up towards the end of the day. All right. We have a little bit of a winner going here with the LXRX, guys. Okay, the 5-minute low right there is 523. Let's see if it can burst down through that. So that was a guru pump also. I didn't see that one. Saw the other two. Costs. I haven't seen costs. Is that moving? One of the big meme stocks. Yeah, it is moving. Be very careful. You know, I'm gonna nag everybody all the time. 3.6 million in the float. Now, I know how to pronounce your name this time. Lewis. Space may be breaking out soon. Let's take a look at space. Yeah, I mean, it's basing well. I mean, it's really basing nicely. I mean, it's could break out, could go down, of course, but you don't know the direction yet. But yeah, absolutely. A very nice trade of the week. Yeah, a little surprising. They left BB alone today. I thought maybe they'd take a poke at it. It's an earnings play. Now this I don't know when they put this out. This was at 9:26, so this is just before the market opened. I wonder if maybe Benzinga's doing this. But this was at 9:26. Okay, so obviously, and there was the PFSC that Zach was talking about. Lewis, only after much coaching yesterday. All right, guys. Well, that turned into just a scalp for the LXRX. I'm all out of it now. Ah, this would have been the better short, obviously. Now, listen, guys, LXRX could continue now. You know, had the little pullback. I'm out of the short. Takes that out, and well, in fact, just as I'm saying it, let me back this up. What do we have here on the monthly chart? We have 611. That's right. And a big bottoming tail for it. Look at that. I mean, the sellers tried like mad, but the buyers are in control as we speak. I mean, that can turn around, of course. You too, green trades. Can it break 550? I mean, it broke it briefly. Can it really tear through it? Talking about the LXRX. I know it's way above channels and all that, but there it goes. Well, that's certainly the next high. Looking left, I think, on the monthly chart. Well, not quite. 611 is the next high on the monthly chart. So what is 7 cents among friends? I hope you, I don't know if Zach can hear me, but hope he's out of his short now. So I flipped the script on this one. I mean, I'm just getting, I just got to be more bullish on my options scanner. That's all. I promise next week. Pitbull! Were you here yesterday? Don't lie. Every day? Okay. I thought I saw you yesterday. Great to have you back. Okay, guys, give me a moment, please. Meanwhile, SNPX guys on the move here. Look at this. Big volume coming in. And guess what happened? Well, if you're not going to guess, it got halted. Okay. Whew, it's only 1:30. Not that I don't want to be here forever, but it's only 1:30. Oh boy, I put a Oh, no kidding. I mean, the AXPR was an excellent short. That was the but LXRX turned into a nice long, so I have that. It wasn't the short that I was hoping for, but it certainly turned into the long. Now, at some point, it's going to turn into a great short. Just wasn't quite ready there. No, I agree. I mean, I think it's just a matter of timing, you know, the LXRX. I mean, it might already, I mean, but I don't know. I mean, the volume is still good, you know, the volume is still really, really good. And, you know, what did I say, 611? I know Real said 606 or something, or 605, or whatever the number. The high right there is, it's not showing up on the chart, but I thought it was 611. Let me just put another symbol in. Okay, so the high is, yeah, 611. Again, we're not saying it's going to get there. Oh man, meanwhile, SNPX doing its thing too again. It came out of the halt and zip tire. Wow. And this is, you know what? It keeps this up, it's going to get halted again. It's an insane spread though. Yeah, it's hard to trade. 1330, 1369. Very tough spread. Understatement. All right, it's resting just a little bit here. Just a little bit. Look at the float, guys. 2.77 million in the float. All-time high is right up here at 1440, so it's only $1 away. All right, got to pay really a lot of attention right now to LXRX. I've taken some out, because I'm not going to wait for a 6 for sure. But let's see what it does right here. You too, Lily. Have a nice weekend. Not over. Not over yet. Come on. Well, let's go. Let's get the 6. Why not? And then we'll short the stuffings out of it. Is it NAK or NOK? I know Nokia had an upgrade this morning from, I think you're talking NOK, right? Had an upgrade from Goldman this morning. A little surprising. Okay, really keep an eye on that STRM, guys. I mean, this is really basing well. Really basing well right at 2. So, I'd set an alert, around 210, 211, and see if it pops through it on volume. It may not. It may do nothing. Well, let's just see if that guy who put out the pump on it repumps it. Not shortable for me, SNPX. I was thinking about it. I took a quick glance and just no shorts available. At Interactive Brokers. ALZN, okay. Boy, guys, LXRX not over. I thought it might have been over, but it's not over. All right, well, I'll do the reverse now. Okay, this is what you would have seen. Have to find it on the 2-minute. All right. You would have seen it. Yeah, I know. But the problem is, maybe you didn't hear me yesterday, but this is not going to be customizable to start. Okay. So it'll be on a 2-minute chart to start anyway. And so there it was on the 2-minute. 31.70. 5-minute 31.53. So I mean, but it'll be on the 2-minute chart though. So I mean, I would have been good too. Got an issue. Man, I don't know. See, the problem with it is also it's not going to be customizable to start. So what I've suggested, right now the way it works, it's the gap has to be 3% up or down. And I've asked them to take out the gap and to put in relative volume instead, but I've suggested 1.5. So, you know, right there, I mean, Smith & Wesson is only 1.46. I mean, the joy will be when it's fully customizable, when you guys can just have it and do whatever you want with it. When that happens, I just don't know. Would I swing short? I've never swung a short, so I don't know. I've never swung a short, so I mean it's still, you know, it's strong. I mean it's finally having a pullback day. You know, I mean there's a top right there, but you know, does it mean it's going to continue down? I don't know. I mean right now that looks like pretty good support around 29. Just watching LXRX for that potential short. I'd like to see a cross of some sort even, but that might be asking too much. All right, guys. Well, it's starting to turn into a kind of a sleepy Friday afternoon. It doesn't look like STRM is going to break out. In fact, it's starting to break down just a little bit now, STRM. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Oh, I hope you're right, Real. There's another pop, another pop. I mean, look at this 15-minute chart. I mean, this is, straight up. Well, I'm not waiting for six. You know me. So I don't have very much left. I've taken it out. Not all of it, just in case. Yeah, look at that option. I mean, this is what we're talking about. So why do these things appear here? It's because they've got abnormal option activity. Okay, so right there you can see 2,000% of normal. Okay, that's what that means right there. And that's 8,300 contracts, which represents 2,000% of normal. Oh, I know. I know that. I know you're not. I know it's not just you, but you know me. I mean, listen. If it got to 6:04, if I get out right now just before six, I'm happy. I have some left, but not much. Yeah, I mean, there was some news, but it was announced. Are you talking about this? Well, Zach can't hear me, so maybe I'll just. Yeah, that was at 8 o'clock though this morning. There was no reaction. So unless they started presenting right here. Well, I mean, unusual option. It just means that the stock is in play. I mean, it's just another way of looking at abnormal volume. Just straight volume. But I mean, if something's got abnormal option activity, it doesn't mean they're going to do this. Okay, but it just means that for whatever reason, there's a lot of enthusiasm, and that can translate into great moves like this for sure. Yes. But look at SEAC, CEAC, SEAC. Here was the alert there. Unusual, 1,300%, 23,000 share contracts, but it didn't. It didn't take off or anything. They don't all. Well, it looks like Alfie is done, guys. Yeah, Alfie is done. Meanwhile, so for instance, MDWD doesn't have options. It doesn't trade options at all. As an example, that's why it's not even though it's having an incredible day, it's not showing up my option scanner because it doesn't trade options. Look at that! Look at that daily candle. Wow, it's not that much volume. I mean, really, it's 10 times normal, but that's only 896,000. I mean, it's not that much volume. Can't see any news on this one. MDW. I cannot see any news on this one. Not today, anyway. Which one done? You mean Alf? Well, I mean, I'm just looking at the chart. I mean, you're right. I may not be done, but I'm just looking at the chart now. That's a pretty big, it was drifting down, it's basing well. I was holding out for maybe a 20 break. But, I mean, hey, listen, anything can happen, of course. Oh, I 100% agree. It's just going to be frustrating, real, because we won't be able to customize it the way we would want. Not like, creating your own scans and putting different filters in and filter values and testing to see what would be good. It's going to be frustrating to start. That's all I can say. But it will be a start. All right, guys. Well, here we go. 599. Is it going to take out? Is it going to hit that 604 and then come right back down? Or is it going to go through 611? Sorry, guys, I'm just internal discussion taking place. Just trying to figure out if this is over yet, the LXRX. I want to see if it tests 6 again and then drops. That might get me into the short of it. The 200 weekly, okay. Yeah, I don't, Real and I have somewhat discussed that in the past. All right, guys, LXRX. Just a second. My headset just dying on me. Just a minute. All right, guys, I'm back. 210. Wow, so we're almost done this week. What a week. I say that every week. Hey, you know what, William? Are you still in the room? Your rad may be turning around. Yeah, I'm out of that LX short. I'm going to take a look at it one more time. Scrambled my way out of it. LXRX short, took about a 3 cent loss on it as it popped over 6, but let's just see how well that holds 6. I mean, listen, if it takes out 611, 778, that's the next high on the monthly chart. Let me back this out on the weekly chart. Take a quick look. 603, 611. Yeah, I mean, look, if it does somehow take out 611, two highs are right there, or approximately there. Next high after that on the weekly chart is 675. So this may not be over if it takes out 611. Or it could be over now. SPY is just flatlining right now. Yeah, just like there's no 50% fib either. I know people use 50%, but it's not a true fib. Yeah, I know. But you'll see people talk about a 50%. If you watch enough of those videos, you'll see people using 50% even though it's not a true fib. Well, it's not a fib at all. All right, well, may I say it now? Alf looks like it's kind of done. May I say it now? I know it's only 2:15, but anything can happen, I know, but I mean, broke down out of that pretty decent consolidation for about 2 hours. Don. You too, JB. Have a great weekend. All right, guys. It is 2:16. I may wrap it up at about 2:45 today, if that's okay. So before I do, though, just quickly go over my homepage, as I always do around this time. All right, so here's my homepage link. Again, it's here also all day long, right there, Barry's homepage tab. So you click on the link, and this is what you'll see. So you'll have a way in which you can take out a subscription. Barry for Alpha. There is your promo code 15% off. First month only, or the entire year. Trade of the week was a doozy. POWW this week. There will not be a trade of the week next week. Steve's on vacation, so there's not going to be a trade of the week next week. Stock of the day video. So these are all free, of course. You can sign up for them right here. All my scans, my layout that you see, that I display, plus individual scans that you can take a look at. Education section right here. The 20 lessons showing you how to, what is a top list, creating them, alert windows, creating them. A lot of information right there. Well, I'll just take a quick look at it. So if you're new to Trade Ideas, please do this first. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can still click on the link and you can see what we have to offer, some of the basic features. Daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Daily webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, all free. More educational videos starting Trade Ideas from scratch. And we have a bit more information about the AI right here. Again, there is no video. People always ask, how do you trade the AI? There's no video on that. How you trade it will be up to you. But this at least will explain about the concept and how the AI, like what the AI does. Basically giving you an entry price, an exit price. How you trade it will be up to you. Back to basics if you're new to trading. Great little series here. Not little, 36 vids, but they're not long videos. But a great little series. What is a stock? Starting off with what is a stock? So if you are new to trading, this is for you. Trading ebooks that we created. Again, a lot of information. I'm going over this really quickly. The reason being is that all you have to do is save my link. You save my link, then you can, these two sections, my scans and the education section, has a lot of information. So save my link and you can look at all this at your leisure. Yeah, good stuff, Bill. Have a great weekend yourself. I hope you looked at the 20 lessons. Or will look at them if you haven't. Good. REPX, I haven't seen that one, maybe ever. REPX. Diff. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. That's a lot. That's a huge drop on really not that much volume. Yeah, I mean, look at that float for a $30 stock, 2.7 million in the float. That's the sort of thing that can happen. I mean, I don't know what the news was. What was the news? I don't even see any news on it. I know IJ it's an Amex stock, but yeah, I don't know. I don't have obviously no explanation whatsoever. That would have been an awesome short had we seen it up in this area. That was 945. Yeah, but with no news, looks like this was an IPO back here. Ugly though, ugly. Ooh. Oh, that was the wrong link I put into our YouTube room. That is pretty amazing, though. I mean, that's a drop on no news that I can see. And that did not show up in any one of my scans, so okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back, okay? All right, sorry about that, guys. Little commotion in the Anderson household. All right, guys. Guys, you know what? There is a red bar ignored, I think, forming on the on SWBI. I think. I glanced at that. Yeah, on a 15-minute chart. I'm sorry, a green bar ignored, not a red bar ignored. A green bar ignored, SWBI. Okay, guys. All right, it's not quite. I mean, that's a green candle. It's not totally engulfed by the previous red candle, but All right, guys. Well, I'm continuing to watch this LXRX to see if it has a tumble towards the end of the day, but it's still kind of hanging around that 6. Yeah, yes, the option scanner strikes again for sure. Well, Alpha is really taking a tumble now. Still up 24%, but it's really taking a tumble. See, and I don't follow it at all like that. I have no idea, about these as you're talking about it, like the July 16th $6 calls. You know, I have no access to. Well, I suppose I could. I guess IB must have some information about options like that. I just don't look at it. I mean, of course they have options. I mean, I know I can, but I've never really looked at it. I just look at the abnormal volume and blissfully unaware of all that stuff that you're talking about. So the theory being, if you get an alert at 5:20 and you see some $6 calls, now, I know so little about options. I mean, I know July 16th, but is there one earlier than that? So what you're almost, oh, I see. Okay. Okay. So that is interesting then. So what you're saying, kind of, is that $6 was a bit of a magnet then. So you get an alert. Is this what you're inferring? You get an alert at 5:20. You look to see where the nearest calls are, and you're saying it was $6. So you can say, I mean, there's no guarantee it's going to go to 6. So for instance, okay, what did EXPR say? I mean, this, I don't mind opening something like that. I certainly have screen space. It might give. You see, for instance, I'm looking at the headlines here. Okay, so I see this, and I know some of you guys post the call sweeps and all that. So I see $8 call sweeps, $4, $10 call sweeps. But if I thought that was more of a confirmation. Okay, I'm going to just open it because I've got room. The option chains window. Now I got to figure out where that is. Okay. New window. Option chain. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so here it is. So here's the option chain for EXPR as an example. You mean I should expand it like this? Is that what you mean? Aha. Okay, now what am I looking at though? What am I looking at? What? Okay, so if I saw this, hope you guys don't mind. Okay, hope you guys don't mind. I'm trying to learn this a little bit, but this is the XPR. Okay, okay, I'll look at LXRX. So under volume, strike right there. That's your strike. I see. Okay, so there's your strike. So there's the volume. Aha! We've got a winner, right? Well, I've got the chart here, so let me just see here. I have to admit, it's kind of cool to see the volume there and then the price. But you're not talking about bringing up an IB chart. I don't need an IB chart. I don't need anything special. Oh, okay, okay, good. I know, we should probably take this off topic. Sorry. All right, Chris, we should take this off topic. Well, you got me all interested. Sorry, guys, you've got me all interested in this now. um, so when I look at BlackBerry as an example, so this is the July 9th, 14 days from now. Here's the biggest volume at 13. Yeah, I'm a neophyte in all this. I know the definitions of it all, but I've never looked at it at any great length. But so what am I looking at here? So for instance, I see blackberries at $12 right now, and I see 1400, 13, July 9th. So there's the biggest volume right there. So in theory, does that mean that people are betting that it could get close to 13? Is that kind of the theory? I mean, that those are the bets that are being placed, the biggest bet being placed. I'm just looking at the volume here. I mean, there's some volume at, 12 and a half. Yeah, the buy 13 calls, yeah. Right. Okay. So Ija in our YouTube room. So yeah, he's saying most people expect it based on that volume to get to 13 by July 9th. Okay. Well, I'll certainly keep an eye on this, especially when I get something from the option scanner and just take a look. So, okay, for instance now, GLBS just came on the option scanner. 2,800, this is fun. July 16th, 2,800. People are expecting 5. And so, right now at 416, well, let's go all in, guys, because everybody's thinking it's going to be 5 by July the 16th. How simple can this be? Even my cat agrees. Okay, Ori, okay. Okay, I see. You're using trade ideas on that filter, right? Not trading options, Che. But trying to get a bit of a clue, again, if this is here it is, GLBS. We get an alert at 416. I'm getting an alert because it's having abnormal option activity today. You check to see the nearest, I guess, what's the term, strike price or option date, whatever that means. And there are a lot of volume right there at $5. So if I look here and it says 416, and a lot of people are betting by $5 or by July 16th, excuse me, it'll be $5. I mean, it gives you maybe a bit of a clue. That's the expiration. Yeah, I'm sorry. Of course, that's the expiration date. Yes. So, for instance, if I saw this GLBS at 416 and I do the check and I saw 420, the biggest volume of options, and say it was at 420 or 425, I would say, it doesn't, people are not betting it's going to move that much. I guess that would make sense, right? Okay, Ori, you're obviously way more of an expert in all this than I am. Again, I'm not playing the options. I'm just using trade ideas, option scanner, and then maybe checking to see, okay, what do people think? Where do people think it could go? Yeah, so this is the total. Oh, okay, these are the calls. Oh, okay, yes, of course. So there's the volume of the calls. I gotcha. And there's the volume of the puts. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, no, I see that now. Yeah, of course. Now, of course, with trade ideas, of course, I could always make sure that the ratio was high. Just using the put call ratio filter. I haven't added that filter. So I mean, I could always ensure that the put call ratio was really high, or certainly more calls than puts. Interesting. I like it. It's my fault. Okay, guys. Yeah, let's take this off topic. Okay, take it off topic. Off topic. Off topic. Yeah. So Mercado. I can give you. If you go to my homepage, hopefully you can find my link right there. Barry's homepage. You see that tab? Hey, Windows. Welcome to the room. And here I was going to get out of here at 2:30. Okay, Mercado, can you see that? Can you see my homepage tab? And then you click on my link. And here are my scans. And this is the one we're talking about, the moving higher with unusually strong options. Hopefully you can see that. Okay, good. So that's what it's called, moving higher with unusually strong options. So KJ, do you have Interactor Brokers? I can only show you how you do it with Interactor Brokers. Okay. Go to File, click on File, and then go to New Window, and then scroll all the way down, and you see where it says Option Tools. Just click on the option chain. Here I'm an expert already. So when you do that, this is what you'll see, and expand it a little bit so you can see. Okay. And then of course, color code the link so it'll change. Yeah, I cannot explain. Todd is asking me to explain something. I know nothing about options. Okay, in terms of the getting right into the nitty gritty of them. Okay, I'm being exposed just to this little window here with IB that shows me, the price, the expiration date, the totals, things like that. So that might be able to give me a bit of a sense of the direction and the price. But what you're asking, I don't know. I just don't know. Somebody else might. You know what I'm going to do? I'll stick around. So what I'll do is I'm going to somebody who really knows options. I'm just going to put Todd's question in the off topic. Why would a market maker purchase/sell stock shares to cover for option activity? Maybe if somebody wants to explain that. Give me a moment, please, guys. Just a minute. $303, $125. That's at 500,000. All right, guys, sorry about that. Another internal discussion. So, Chris, the question is right above. It was, can you explain something about options? Why would a market maker purchase/sell stock shares to cover for option activity? Wondering, thanks. Problem is, Todd, they're answering you. They're answering you in the main room. I'm gonna. Oh, good. Okay, thank you. Good. Okay, hi Ronald. No, the version that you're seeing here is, I hate to use the word soon, but soon to be released. Okay, this is what we call our container version, and so you'll be able to do things like I'm doing here. This is not the main reason. I mean, this is nice, okay, but the main reason for containers is this, with our new dock channel bar. So notice I've got my layout here. Typically, when you load something from the channel bar, it's going to replace your layout. But look what happens. You can go now into the channel bar and you can load channels without your layout being replaced. Okay, so that is one of the main reasons for this new docked version. It's just not available yet. Okay, I'm talking to Ronald in the YouTube room. But you will be able to do things. I mean, this is what I've got here. I've got all these windows are all in a container. Only reason I have to do it this way, because otherwise I'd like to just make a giant container for this shared monitor. Brokerage Plus, I cannot put into a container yet. But for instance, on my charts, hear me talk about my thumbnail charts. Here are my thumbnail charts on another monitor. I love it. It just makes it neater too. You know how like everything really snaps into place. Hopefully next week. Yeah, we're expecting some really warm weather in Vancouver. Doesn't get that warm that often. Well, it gets warm enough for me, but we'll get into the, now I'll have to do some quick math, maybe the 90s, 34, 35. %100% next week? Well, he should know. This is all we're waiting on. Literally, all we're waiting on is this, I think. I don't know if there are any other major bugs, but, we're just waiting on, you see this as an example. Now, we're going to get rid of a bunch of channels, but you notice how this loaded? I clicked on the infrastructure channel. Notice no charts came up. These are, these are just the tabbed, as opposed to what you saw when I showed the other one with the actual alerts. 108? No. Olympia. Well, I can do some quick math on that. That is, that'll be, if it gets anywhere close to that in Vancouver, that'll be unbelievable. Well, I was, but then I got all excited about this option stuff. It definitely piqued my interest. Yeah, so when you're talking about Think or Swim, you're talking about using Brokerage Plus, right, Bradley? I have no idea. There is no time. There's no time frame on that. I mean, I don't get involved with the developers at all, of course, but it's an all API stuff, data stuff, and for whatever reason, it just hasn't been able. They haven't been able to do it. Well, again, when I'm talking about these so-called options, I'm just talking about trading options. It's just that I like the idea of getting a sense for what people are thinking it could go to. I mean, I like that idea. $106, $110. Well, if it hits 102 degrees in Vancouver, that'd be like 40 degrees centigrade. I don't know if I've ever seen that in my time in Vancouver. Sorry, guys. I know we're deviating. But, yeah. All right, guys. I think it's now 2:56, so I think I will wrap this up. Race out and buy some ice. Get my Dyson fans on high all weekend long. You too, Sir Thomas. Good eve to you. All right, guys. Well, listen, it's been another exciting week. I hope everybody had a good time. I'm going to just get my script together. Oops. Oh, my hungry cat. Give me a moment. Okay, yes. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thanks again for all the help, all the input. It makes the job so much easier. So we'll see you guys. I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. And I know I'm supposed to... Come on. Jeez. Sometimes my copying is not good. Just a second. Oh, all right, guys, just a second. My copying is not very good right now. All right, something is wrong here. Just give me a moment. I can't shut the room down. The room, you guys won't let me go. All right, there it is. Okay, guys, we'll see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock. See you, YouTubers.